And with that, a warm welcome, everybody, live from Iasi, Romania. Welcome to the 15th World Esports Championships. It is an absolute pleasure to be here. My name is Felix. Joined with me today is the beautiful Kovan. We're going to bring you some PUBG Mobile action right now.
We've been waiting. We've been waiting to kick this off. We have 3 games of fantastic PUBG Mobile coming at you. We're playing 6 games a day. And the teams here, you can see some of the flags behind us. 16 national teams are here competing for an $80,000 prize pool.
Yes, first one is going to take home $40,000. Second one is going to take home $24,000. And the third one is going to be going home with $16,000. So there is lots up for grabs. And not only that, I mean, the rest of the teams, they're not going home empty-handed either. It's going to be lots of experience being gained, obviously, with this being a LAN tournament, a LAN environment. So, I mean, no one really has anything to lose, right?
Absolutely not. We even talked about some of the managers and some of the players here, and they're happy to send teams that have the potential and that could really, really benefit of playing a LAN, sort of playing on that stage, figuring out how it feels to not be playing from home, how it feels to be not on your own phone, not your own headset, in the comfort of whatever you feel comfortable about at home. Now, this completely different environment. There's light, there's a stage, there's going to be noise. You're going to have a different phone in your hand, but that is where you learn. That's where you grow as a player, because I think I speak for most players. You want to be a LAN player. You want to be someone that's comfortable and thriving in that environment. And, well, there's only one way to get there. It's
a special feeling. It's an absolutely special feeling playing on LAN, especially with a little bit of a crowd in the back as well. It gives you that extra motivation, that extra boost. Talking about teams, you can already see some of the flags behind us, but we want to touch on the 16 teams that are actually playing here. We obviously have 16 teams, with that being the normal lobby size. Let's just start with a host country, because this has been one of the 2 teams that has been invited on towards the 15th World Esports Championships right here from Iasi, with obviously a very strong team as well. We were talking to the players early on as well. You might know them. These guys are from Nexus Gaming. Talking about Redux and all these kind of guys. They're sitting right over there. Incredibly experienced guys. And yeah, I mean, we were talking to them as well about their expectations coming into this tournament. They're looking to take this one home as well.
They absolutely are. And they're one of the names that comes up, whoever you talk to, as we hear some of the noise in the background with some of the teams warming up, getting themselves pumped for the games. Romania is definitely one of the names that has come up every single time that we talk to one of these teams. There's another name, which is Turkey. And, well, those guys, they're nothing short of world champions. So absolutely a team. Beautiful. Thank you, production. Putting them on our screen in the top left there. You could have had a glimpse at Turkey for a second. And they're absolutely one of the contenders to take this one home, but I think there's plenty of teams here. The second invited team, for example, right? We do have Kazakhstan here.
We got them on the screen.
We've talked a lot. We've talked a lot about the individual talent that Serbia brings, and I think it's going to be super interesting. We talked to some of the players as well, and I said, like, there's a good chance that a lot of different teams can take this home, right? Because it's 3 days. Nobody's really had time to prepare for this lobby. Nobody really knows what to expect. So if you get on a good run, you carry that momentum, you carry that confidence into the other 2 days, there's a good chance you're just running away with it.
Absolutely. Talking about Kazakhstan, we just had them on the stream as well. Acer, obviously, 6, Puncher being here. The big names from that lineup. They've actually won the last, I'm not sure if you said that already, the last World Esports Championship, the 14th one. So just last year, they actually took that one home. And you already said that as well. We're talking to a lot of the players in terms of who's the favorites, right? What are the best teams coming into this tournament? What are the best countries? What are the best representatives? And they were all kind of on the same page. You were talking about Turkey. We were talking about Kyrgyzstan as well, coming in with 3 PNPL players as well. I mean, just looking at Effect right now, the effect he has, pun intended, the effect he has on whatever team he plays in is massive. So I'm looking on towards that as well. Just behind us, you can see Ukraine as well, right? You can see Ukraine as well. We might have them on the screen in just a matter of seconds as well. And yeah, Old Boy in their lineup. Yeah. Havlik. These guys are incredibly experienced as well. So that's a team everyone was kind of looking out for as well.
Absolutely. And again, experience is a big deal, I think. But then there's a lot of mixed rosters, right? I think that you have to give a bit of a favor to the teams coming in as 4 from a lineup that's played together. But those are not many. And those are far and few in between. When other teams have great individual players, like we see on Serbia, for example, where everyone's kind of agreed, we have 2 absolute monsters and then 2 slightly less experienced guys. That can work off beautifully as well. If the 2 more less experienced players fit in that roster well, if they do their jobs well and they learn and adapt. I think there's a lot of teams that can take this one home. And even the favorites, even a team that says, well, if we get second place, we're very disappointed in this event. Even they know there's a good chance someone gets on a roll, someone goes crazy, and that's really hard to stop on a LAN.
Yeah, especially, you know, the big difference in some of these teams in terms of international experience is really going to make things interesting, talking about strategies going into these games as well. We were talking to Turkey, for example. I mean, these guys said it. There's a world champion level of squad. So, you know, we're talking maybe you've got some kind of strategy, and they were saying they're going to play aggressive. They've got absolutely no pressure whatsoever, despite being the absolute favorites. So them coming in here, maybe looking to get some early aggression towards these so-called weaker teams or less experienced teams. So, yeah, that's something we might see in terms of strategy. But looking at the game, since we are going in.
We are going into the first match of the WEC. The World Esports Championship is kicking off in PUBG Mobile. And we are looking at a team we talked so much about. We're looking at the home country, Romania, already just almost in their parachutes already. Kapahala, Octavian, Dorian, you will have heard these names before if you've been watching any PUBG Mobile in Europe. They are a household name. And obviously, we are starting it off on SANHOK. That's only one map per day of SANHOK. So that's going to be not one where you can mess up around and go back and try to readjust. That's one where you have to come out of the gate swinging, and we'll see who can pull it off. Yeah, so in case you're wondering about the map order, we do have SANHOK as the first game each single day. And then we back that off with 3 times ERANGEL and 2 times MIRAMAR. So that's going to be the map order going into the next 3 days. This day, obviously, included. Chile, also a team we haven't really talked about too much. As far as I'm concerned, also a team that hasn't played together before this tournament too long. They do come in here as a full lineup as well, but they have kind of a newer kind of lineup as well. So Skella, Unico, Dreamzy, and Franco representing Chile. There's so many teams that you just will have to have an eye on. Brunei, one of those as well. They slipped through their qualifiers in, I think, slightly behind Mongolia and another team, so in 3rd place, but they did make it through. They did get to this event, and now they are here to prove people wrong. It's fair to say not everybody can be the favorites, and we've talked a lot about the favorites. There is some underdogs as well, but they can absolutely throw things for a loop here. We'll see. The DBS is picking up already. I've talked to some of the players. Some were saying, well, maybe we'll start playing mini because we don't really feel comfortable spraying as much as we usually are on these on this setup. But we've already talked to a few more today that said, well, we're fine. We've adapted to these phones. We'll play our normal AR UMP or AR DBS setup. And having a look at the map, Alex. Looking a little bit crowded towards the north of Hattin there, and looking like we might just see ourselves with a Western Island finish. Yes, and we do have a hot drop coming in as well. We just saw that in Hattin. Out of all the places, Hattin is interesting. I didn't get a glimpse at boot camp, but I think there wasn't any hot drops. I don't think there was anything in Paradise either. So, yeah, especially for some of the favorites here, it seems to be a relatively chill early game. Even the hot drop in Hattin, or the contest in Hattin is not going to amount to anything. Both these teams exiting towards the eastern and western side. And this is especially interesting because we didn't really have too much scrims going on. So some of these teams haven't really played against each other, obviously because of the time zone differences, because some of these players are playing in the pro leagues right now as well. So there's not too much time some of these players can, you know, give towards their representative or towards the country they're representing. So that totally makes sense. So yeah, some of these teams are not quite sure on where to land on. So these first games are going to be very detrimental. Yeah, I think it's actually quite impressive that they've managed to sort out their loot spots like this without any problems at all. That Hattin, we called it a hot drop. It was a little bit lukewarm. It wasn't really an intended confrontation. But on a map like SANHOK, where you don't have the space that you have on some of the bigger maps, no single hot drop in a 16-team lobby without much preparation means these teams are quite careful and quite really just maybe a little bit passive in the early game here to make sure that they can play that first game out and actually get a feel for the lobby and actually get a good start point-wise and not just get entangled in some fight that you don't manage to get out of in time. So teams taking it careful, taking it slow, and making sure that they bring all the resources they have into phase 1 and further. Just for some of the most experienced players again, Flaky starting his rotate as well. Now we have Georgia, also a team we haven't really talked about today. We didn't really have the time. Also a full 4-man lineup coming in, representing their home country. That is a long-range knock. Giga, Asterix, Eleanor, and Psych. Did he just get knocked from all the way down there? I saw the knock on the kill feed.
Was that a bolt?
I wasn't sure if what went on, but if that is from the lower ground, that is a massive knock.
Yeah.
That is wild. I'm not sure if he's going to be getting rezzed either here, Fernand, for Team Colombia. He's got a teammate close by, but I think he will have to make a jump down the rock. That's the first spray coming out. The tries to take Castrix down. 1 HP left. The UMP won't do the job, but the M4 of his teammate will. And that is Georgia losing their first member. Not confirmed just yet, but there it is. Asterix out of the game. First casualty of the tournament. Not going to feel good if you're rooting for Team Georgia.
Absolutely not. No, that's going to be the first casualty. And the second one might just get followed up as another knock comes in. Philippines still looking to hold this one strong. They might opt for a push as soon as Genius is getting res back up, but yeah, so far Georgia, I don't think they can really act on towards this knock. Unfortunately, topology isn't really favorable for them. Not really any option to push this. You can see Cassido has got the angles pretty much locked down. I'm sure he knows this as well. This is a really bad spot for him. I don't think he has any smoke, so unless his teammates get him covered, he might just have to stick this out at the rock he's at the moment.
Yeah, they try to make the push. Maybe they weren't aware of the position that the Philippines were in. But as you can see there, this is not traversable terrain. The DBS is ringing out. Egypt versus Serbia. Serbia found the opening. A trade is there, though. That's two of Serbia left standing. Not looking all that good. Toxin has got 1 HP, but just like that, that's a cleanup. He's got literally 0 HP. The man should have been in the grave, but I think that's Serbia absolutely in the bin here in the first game. On the other side of the map, this fight's still kicking on, and it's looking like the Philippines are taking firm control of the northwestern side.
Pretty smart rotations playing this one out through the coastline, because you have these little ridges and ditches. You can see where they kind of were able to, you know, run along it and maybe get some different angles. So pretty well played by the Philippines. And now they're making this push happen, and they should know that there's no one, pretty much no one even in the close vicinity to be able to trade these two knocks they originally got. So I know it's going to get finished off as well, and that's going to be the third elimination coming in for the Philippines. Pretty good start, and I got to say that's an edge where I wouldn't have expected that fight to happen.
Absolutely, and that goes to show that, yes, we talk about the favorites, and yes, we'll talk more about Turkey here in a minute, as they are kicking off in the kill feed as well, but any team here can really do great things if they find the right momentum, if they find the team play, they find the right trades at the right time. And especially on SANHOK, it's so much about fighting your way in. That's what Turkey is trying to do. They found the opening. They have a good angle here on the vehicle. Good damage comes out. They have a very wide split around this team as well. It's not looking fantastic for Franco and the rest of the boys, as Turkey is trying to continue the wrap. But the rest has come through, and the first stage will come off. Chile is trying to hold on by whatever they have left. No helmet for Franco. The car is going to have to try and save them, get them out of danger. It's not looking good, but they will make it over the hill for a second. The question is, can they make it inside zone, and where are they going to have to be playing in phase 2?
I really thought there was going to be more kill potential coming in for Turkey, but unfortunately for them, they somehow just cut away with that rotation. Silas still being the only one being able to pick up a kill point early in this game. We only have phase 2, despite there being so many fights already on towards these edges. Don't be confused, it's just the start of the game. Brunei now making that rotate over as well. You can see Newbie's already having a position on towards the other side of the cross, so then rotating through this kind of 3-man setup definitely is going to give them a lot of options. I mean, having an entry on towards the other side of the river is pretty much always what you want to have on these kinds of circles, especially towards the western side that we can see right there.
Beautiful compound to hold, as you get access to every single island. If they do make the cross towards Newbies, they will have access to the north, west, and east island, and pretty much rotate wherever they please. It's a very contested compound a lot of the time because of that reason. But if we get to have a look at the map, maybe in a few seconds we'll see where the circle wants to send us. We will have stage 2 closing on in the next 2 minutes, and then we'll see if that traversion of the river was really worth it for them. Right now, looking good. Argentina spread off to the south, looking to do some damage, but not looking to spread too far out of that compound either.
Romania on the other side of the map, with Doran getting the first knock. You can see it right here. Maybe opening things up, but I don't think they're going to commit either. The zone is closing in. They are on the far northern side. I know zone doesn't really do that much damage just yet, but they're going to have to make that decision anytime soon and whether or not they want to stay in this one. I'm not sure Doran knows. Someone is right in front of him at the start of the ridgeline. Doesn't look just like it. I mean, Kapahala and Octavian are close by, but it is going to be dangerous. He's probably going to try and secure that frag. I mean, that's a good position. Opens up more angles, and they should be able to potentially secure another one. Depends on Octavian realizes someone is just close by. I'm not sure how he snuck there. Someone is not being seen.
If Iskele manages to activate here, if he manages to get up that hillside, find the first knock, then Doran is suddenly in very uncharted terrain and in a rough position to be playing this out from. They have to group back up, but Iskele is waiting and he's taking his time.
Oh, no.
If he finds the free knock, if he could find the head here, if he finds it, he does. The M16 taps will do the job, but now his position is given away. Now the player right above him, which is going to be Octavian, has a chance to find them out. The flank's already there. The position's given up. He's got 5 bullets in the M16, Felix. That's why he's so passive. That's why he's so slow. He doesn't even have the ammunition for an extended fight. Chile, they're holding on by a thread, but they have to be so quick here, Romania. If they want to get their res back up, if they want to have a chance, they've got to be so fast.
And that is so unfortunate. The rotations are coming in now, but it's too late already. And Octavian just didn't feel comfortable enough to peek over that ridgeline, potentially get that one-on-one. But in the meanwhile, Doran is bleeding out. So that's what I was saying. They do have to make the decision earlier, I feel like, whether or not they want to come in towards this fight. But then again, I can totally understand Nexus really trying to secure that frag they just had inside that zone. But yeah, it's not over yet. Skele's going to grab a nade, throw that over, not going to do any damage just yet. But Octavian still is under pressure. He's getting support from the western side. Skele is down to pretty much a one-shot with the DBS, even at that range, but he's going to survive somehow. The question is, does he have any meds? He has nothing. It's just a matter of time until they go out. The question is, does Nexus, though, does Romania pick up these last 2 remaining frags? Or will they go out here as well? Out
of first aid as well on the side of the Chile. Good crossfire for Romania. Beautiful help there for Octavian, and he's looking to loot some of these meds, but he knows they have absolutely nothing for him. And I don't know if you've caught a glimpse at the map, but these guys are miles away from the circle. They have to get going now. They don't want to be out here when phase 4 hits, and they will have to try and make their way into a zone that is very densely populated. They win this fight, they get themselves to 3 kill points. They're going to be happy about that, but I'm not sure how much of a factor they can still be in this game.
No, we're going to have to take a look and see that throughout the next 2 phases. It's going to be Kyrgyzstan now, though, and Kazakhstan as well. Both of these teams are very far out of the edge. Kazakhstan in an even worse position, to be honest, since they are getting shot from not only across, but from the team down below as well. I think they need to breach this at this point. I think they need to commit towards the fight inside the compound. I don't think they're going to be able to make it across, but they are trying. They do have the vehicles for this. I mean, this is pretty much the only good message you can really say about them at the moment. And, you know, it being only phase 3, they will opt for a quick kind of a wrap towards the eastern side. Might just work out, actually. Might just work out. I don't think they're getting shot at the moment.
The thing is, they don't have to go into the circle just yet, as long as they put themselves ahead of the team that's climbed across the road, which they have done successfully. They can suddenly become the team that's gatekeeping, and they can suddenly try to pick up these kills. Yeah. Old Boy, trying to do what he does best, tries to pick up a frag onto Casito here, who's surely going to be bleeding out to the blue in the next few seconds here. That is the Philippines losing a member. We saw them very convincingly winning a fight in the early game. Now stuck on the edge, stuck in the blue, as you so often are on SANHOK, will mean that their game is very short-lived. Kazakhstan, beautiful rotation for them so far. I'm not sure if they're driving right into the open arms of Argentina. That is a possibility. But it's looking like both teams from that southern side that were looking in quite a lot of trouble have made the cross across the road and into our phase 3.
Kyrgyzstan has opted for a little bit more centralized position as well now. We just saw them on the far southern edge, but they did spot that compound, which is a very good compound, since a lot of these zones on towards that western side, on towards that southern ruins kind of area, do opt to shift towards that. They kind of tend to like center up on this. So them having that position might just give them a lot of playing room. And you can see Kazakhstan, with that wrap around the eastern side, have now found this kind of the space that I think Kyrgyzstan left open with the last rotation. Yeah,
it is what you want to try and figure out what space in front of you is free, and only fight for space if you don't get anything for free. You want to minimize losses. You don't want to get into these late games with 3 guys, 2 guys up, as we see, for example, Egypt doing here. They're still in zone, and remember the compound that we talked about, the compound we hyped up for being so good for Brunei, still firmly in the zone, as we are shifting into our late game circles. Armenia, we talked about them plenty. They made the cross across the road. Kapahala barely getting inside the zone here. So are his teammates, but little do they know they're driving right into Colombia. And if they can land any shots here, those are very soft targets. But it's looking like they'll make it through for a little while longer. And that is even a Colombian player getting taken down. Morocco from the top. And just like that, you're losing players. You thought you were in control. You thought you were holding out some free rotations. One shotgun player behind you, and you reduce the numbers.
Yeah, that was a tricky scenario because Morocco, I think they would have had massive kill potential up on that ridgeline, at least for the zone, and at least for the time being, at least for this one. But yeah, unfortunately, they're all going to get flushed out. Now, this is going to be interesting. Now, Colombia, they just greeted Nexus a couple of times, but right now, they're not committing to this fight either. Both of them have to move in. Nexus being the team that has the vehicles might just have the better option. But look at this, Vernon gonna get one and the second one as well. Redux and Octavian both inside the blue zone. They will surely be finished off, and there you can see the trade is happening. But that is Romania in lots and lots of trouble. And you can see Kabar, the only one that has really made it down. If he goes out right now, that's a good frag, but he's still alone. If he goes out right now, it is a single placement point at best.
Keeping his team in it. We saw at the top there as well. We saw a solo player out of Georgia up on that hillside, just trying to sneak in behind the blue. I think he's survived so far. He's survived most of Romania and most of Colombia. Will he be able to make it in? We'll have to wait and see. Lots of aggression around the center as well. Lots of compounds being pushed out and aggressed as Ukraine trying to make their move on in as well. They've smelled some blood, but we still have Egypt trying to hold on strong, but we talked about power in numbers earlier. They don't have the manpower, but an aid like that can easily equalize things and make Ukraine just hit all the brakes at the same time. And again, they have to worry about solos behind them too. They have a swimmer from Egypt coming on there behind, and if that molly connects, they're in deep trouble.
Unfortunately for Ukraine, it's been Old Boy as well that got set down. That's very unfortunate for them, considering he's one of the most important and one of the most experienced guys on that lineup, no doubt about it. We talked to him about it as well. He's definitely looking to get an absolute top finish in this tournament too. So them starting off strong is going to mean a lot. I mean, they are 4 up, and they're the only team at the moment at the top of the leaderboards that has the 4-man squad still standing strong. But look at this, look at the zone. That might be a tough one for them.
Egypt, they've been juggling. They've been just bouncing around in the center position. No hard cover for them at all. A few rocks now. Toxin finally found. They were trying to hold on so far with 3 players up. Now, going to be a hard race to pull off, but we're looking. They're still looking to get aggression on these outside teams. They're still not looking to let them be bunched into the center. 6 kills already, or 4 kills, excuse me. They're trying to get more on the board here. They're trying not to just sit. They're trying to actively push people away from them. We'll see how much that is working out, because just more and more pressure mounting. But look at Turkey. Outside of the zone, rough run to make. And finally more of Egypt are getting taken out. But as soon as somebody shoots at them, they're open to the whole side of the server. And it's just third-party galore.
Absolutely. I mean, that is a tough spot to be in. As you said, there's pretty much shots coming in from all of the places. Even Brunei is being able to third-party something, and they have the compound at the water, even the north side of it only. And even they are definitely dealing damage towards teams on the western side. Egypt, somehow they make that rest happen. Somehow they make that rest happen. Dasha is going to get picked up. They are on 6 eliminations as well, so no matter how this game kind of ends, they have definitely made some very important points in a very tough circle. So they can definitely be happy about this one, especially since Colombia, the only team that is currently above them point-wise, has been taken out as well. Ukraine now, though, as well as Turkey. I think these are the 2 teams we kind of have to look out for right now. Nasser, though, first of all, is going to get a quick knock on towards their northern side. Another play from Ukraine going down. That is Old Boy being flashed out as well. Dash out, that one a great spray. He gets the first one, doesn't get the second one just yet, but he might have the opportunity to do so in just a couple of seconds. He's the only one on the western side, and he's talking about Brunei that is inside the current safe zone.
Oh, and you can just tell they're battered and bruised. Desha, at least he's got some first aid. We just saw Nasser. He couldn't even heal himself back up. He had no chance because he was just out of resources at that point. Brunei finally trying to get aggressive out of their compound. They're trying to close out their edge of the circle, take a bit of control. They should be able to, but they've already lost a member on the first move out.
And look at this, Team Turkey is still standing strong. 4 players are on that eastern side, but Kalzi has been knocked down. They need to get this res. Otherwise, this whole rotation just hasn't been worth it. They've only got a single point on that eastern side, and they still haven't made it across the full 4-man lineup. They need to get this rotate down.
They will have to try and get across the bridge. Argentina has been holding strong in that compound. They didn't want to take any more risks. They didn't want to go any crazier. It is finally Egypt going down, but it's not to the team that was hunting. It is actually to Kyrgyzstan picking that up from the top of the hill. Brunei Again, another circle shift, another edge they will have to work their way into, and plenty of players waiting for them. We talked about Turkey. They might be able to slot below the bridge here and just go to the northern side of the coast, but that's not beautiful. That's not where you want to play. That's not where you really take control from. But when the other option is pushing a 4-man compound, it just might be what they have to work with.
It might just be a little bit too early as well, because there is still a team on that eastern coastline, and unless they can lock them down and just keep them from rotating further towards them, since they are the closer team towards the current safe zone, that might just not even be possible. But we'll see. Right now, Kelsey has been picked back up. That's a massive res right now. You can see Bruno. Bruno's the team I was talking about. If they've got good angles on towards that eastern side, it might just not be possible. Look at this. They're rotating up the hill. They might just rotate into Kyrgyzstan, and that's going to be an interesting fight, because you can see there's still Kazakhstan right behind it as well. There is the third-party potential as soon as this fight starts.
And that is exactly why you want to be clearing your edges. You want to be in Brunei's position right now. You hate to be Kyrgyzstan, just in between two teams at the mercy of when they decide to strike. And even if you win your first engagement, there's a really good chance to get taken out by the third party, by the third team coming on in to try and close things out. Hitting the brakes here is Brunei. Two players of them fighting, one player anchoring over towards that eastern coastline we talked about. But the nade opener is there, and that is where Kyrgyzstan might just explode onto them.
Yes, and not only that, look at this. This is so good for Turkey, though. If Turkey has read the kill feed, which I'm sure they have, they're a world-class team, they know they have to rotate up towards that eastern side and make this happen before Brunei gets eliminated completely, because they have to third-party this. Otherwise, I don't think they're going to make it up the hill unless they have somehow find another option, maybe get an arc towards their compound. This is going to be Sarikei, first of all. He sees the players right below. He's got the advantage. Flykui with the first one. Great nade to back this one off. A second, though, coming through. Effect with a nade, too. Somehow this is falling apart for the team pushing. It's just Kazakhstan, obviously, and Kyrgyzstan. They haven't lost a player until now, though they say it, but they still haven't made this flash work either.
Beautiful stuff. They were so ready for the third party there. Flyke, more than poised. He's on the rock. He's got the util. He knows how to deal with it. And he knows that they have to deal with it as well. They know that Kazakhstan does read the kill feed and wants the third party at any chance they get. Now, decimated them to just 6 left standing. He wants to get that res, but he knows how risky it is. He knows how hard it is. The problem is the res has come through for Kyrgyzstan as well, and they now have power and numbers to push this, and you can see Flyke, he's going to confirm it.
Wow.
But he's probably going to be waiting for his teammate here to take that last 1v1, because he knows there's no reason to take a risk here. There's no reason to go crazy when you have a beautiful spot in the circle. But look at your minimap. Look at the top right. Turkey is there, and just like that, again, Kyrgyzstan is ready for it.
That's what I was saying. I feel like that push came a little bit too late from Turkey. But then again, I didn't see the angles. They might just not have had the option with Argentina playing this one very passively and maybe just holding out on towards that edge. But that also means they're now stuck towards the blue zone edge. Flykey's going to get the first one. There's going to be another one coming in against Hamzi. So Effect is going to get another Pubg as well. They're already on 11 eliminations, and they're not stopping now.
Oh, but he gets taken out looting. He's not ready for it. The solo strikes the snake around the rock. Finally puts a stop to the absolute massacre they've been unleashing on this lobby. Kyrgyzstan, they have an insane amount of frags already, but now finally the numbers are crawling. Effect is going to have to try and get a first aid off. Like, looking to put more work into Argentina. He needs one more bullet to connect, and he does. It's versus a solo. It's Octi trying to hold on. He's trying to do anything he can for his team, but he's just got a med off. And now he's in a 1v2 versus a 13 defeats Kyrgyzstan.
Oh, he's gonna nade. He's gonna nade. This is not over yet. The Effect might just get taken out. He throws the nade towards Flykey, though. Flykey's out in the open. Octi's not gonna do anything. Take that back. Effect is just taken down. This is a one-on-one scenario now. Somehow Octi might just make this one work. Flykey's all out in the open. Left peek, right peek. He's not hitting the shots, though. And Flykey somehow has made the distance closer.
He's got the DBS. He's got the DBS. There's an AR versus a DBS. And yes,
my goodness.
Kyrgyzstan, 14 kills in the first game.
That is sensational. And we talked about this team. We were expecting them to come out swinging today. And look at this. They have made it work. Effect, I was talking to him specifically. Whenever he's in a lineup, he just seems to frag out. And I'm saying that, but it was actually Flykey with a massive performance as well. Not only there in the end, beforehand as well. When they were up on that hillside, he had some incredibly important frags. I got to highlight him as well.
The way they were bouncing around between teams as well. We talked so much about the third-party opportunities. They shut every single one down. Not only did they win the fight versus Brunei, they were ready for Kazakhstan coming, instantly destroyed them. 3v4, no problem at all. Turkey thinks, well, they're in a 3v4 right now. We're going to push the back, instantly torn apart. We talked so much about them, right? They were some of the biggest names coming into this lobby. Kyrgyzstan made them look easy.
Yeah.
They're sitting right next to them. You can see the faces of Turkey. You can see the faces of Kyrgyzstan. Tell the story.
I was just about to say, you can see Kalsi there. He does not look happy. He does not look happy about this one. They did have the opportunity, but the zone, I gotta say, the zone was a very tough one in the end. And I feel like they must be kind of mad to some degree about Argentina, because Argentina, if they would have made something happen towards top of the ridgeline earlier, maybe that would have given SUG the chance to actually make that cross. But otherwise, I mean, there's not even a single rock, I think, to make the cross towards the hillside that Kyrgyzstan was playing. So I'm not sure what SUG could have done there. They're probably going to look back at this game and be like, we kind of played it well, but the zone was
especially in the early circles. I think their rotations into phase 2, 3, the way they took control of the east, made the cross below the bridge across the river. That was beautiful stuff. And then in the late game, I mean, it felt like there was just a king of the hill, and it was not to be stopped. I think even in the end, Flyke had no right to win that. There's a full rock. Argentina, he's got the AR out. He gets the first few tags, takes it down to a 1v1, and he just crosses the distance. Full confidence, pre-fight with the M4, DBS is out. Beautiful stuff. That did not look stoppable.
It was a masterclass, though, on how you want to play these endgame circles if you're in a very disadvantage and you have to make a far cross. What he did was permanent pre-fires, right? He was permanently expecting it. It doesn't work at all of the times. You're still at a disadvantage, but it's the only kind of play you can make, essentially. Try to get these pre-fire shots because then the other player behind the rock, it was Arcti at this point, really can never be sure on when to peek. And if you've got the timing down, if the timing is just fortunate for you and he peeks into your pre-fire, you've pretty much secured the round. So it's not always that massive of a disadvantage, you might think so, but he makes it look easy too. So let's not take anything away from him.
No, absolutely not. And if you paid attention there also, he's only pre-firing the right peak for the Argentina player. Because obviously everybody knows right peeking is nice. Right peeking is good. And the way he does it is doesn't even care about the left side of the rock, or his right side of the rock, but he doesn't care about the left peak. He ignores that completely, commits on the fact that there's probably a right peak coming, pre-fires it. The Argentinian player at that point, half HP, didn't even want to peek out too far. And when he decided to peek out, he was up against a DBS, and we all know how that goes close range.
Doesn't work out too well, at least as an opponent. Quick touch on experience, because I feel like that was a perfect scenario in where we can talk about experience between the players and how much of a difference that makes. I feel like Octi, we're going to have to look back at it, but I felt like sometimes he was a little bit too scared of peeking. So maybe that's something that we can talk about, you know, the whole kind of experience thing as well, because I feel like Effect never had that, he never had that thought even. Flyke as well. When he's up on that ridgeline, he was constantly peeking. He was hitting all his shots. It felt like he was completely in his moment. And sometimes you just get that feeling from the players, and I feel like that's what we just saw.
He was absolutely in the zone. They were absolutely in the zone. We saw them demolish a ton of teams on that hillside, and they got off to the perfect start. I don't think you can start a tournament better than that. That's going to be a 24-point starter for them. Going to put them very far on the top of the leaderboard. We'll go to a short break, and we'll look at that leaderboard when we come back from it in just a few minutes. Woo! Woo!
This city is something very special, and it's an honor to be here. Am văzut că sunt foarte multe echipe, sincer să fiu, nu prea mult în ultima perioadă meciurile, dar cred că Iasi o să ne surprindă foarte mult.
I'm confident and I have plans for my opponents, but I know they are good players, so I'll do my best.
obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players that we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul sportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the pantheon of champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female team. Like, it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun evenimente până acum la care am fost eu în țara la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing values.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
The top 3 players will make it out there, right? So basically 2 people will make it out on the lower side and 1 person gets to advance. So whoever's the main winner, they're ahead of everybody. I used to be a competitor in it, now I'm a commentator, and obviously, but this game itself, right? There's a lot of fighting games out there. This is the one true 3D fighting game.
Having so many countries in this city is something very special, and it's an honor to be here and play against them.
Am văzut că sunt foarte multe echipe, sincer să fiu, nu prea mult în ultima perioadă meciurile, dar cred că Iasi o să ne surprindă foarte mult.
I'm confident and I have plans for my opponents, but I know they are good players, so I'll do my best.
Obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players that we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul sportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the pantheon of champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female team. Like, it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun evenimente până acum la care am fost eu în țara la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing values.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
the top 3 players will make it out there, right? So basically 2 people will make it out on the lower side and 1 person gets to advance. So whoever's the main winner, they're ahead of everybody. I used to be a competitor in it, now I'm a commentator in it, obviously. But this game itself, right, there's a lot of fighting games out there. This is the one true 3D fighting game.
Having so many countries in this city is something very special, and it's an honor to be here and play against most.
Am văzut că sunt foarte multe echipe, sincer să fiu, nu prea mult în ultima perioadă meciurile, dar cred că Iasi o să ne surprindă foarte mult.
I'm confident and I have plans for my opponents, but I know they are good players, so I'll do my best.
Obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul sportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the pantheon of champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female team. Like, it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun evenimente până acum la care am fost eu în țara la noi.
We are back for a second game very soon, but we should maybe talk about that first game because, oh my, we started off on an absolute bang. SANHOK delivered 14 kills and a chicken dinner for one of the favorites, maybe not the biggest favorite, but definitely one of the favorites here in Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah, it depends on the... yeah, one of the biggest favorites. Yeah, that really is up for debate, I guess you could say. But definitely one of the absolute top teams. Sergei Flyke. Effect, absolute masterclass in the end there. Yeah. Absolute masterclass. And we were kind of joking around in the middle of the segment right here what kind of game mode they were playing. Was it King of the Hill? Was it Battle Royale? Because we really couldn't tell in the end. They just held down that hillside so incredibly well. And I mean, that fragging power, this is exactly what you need. Start off a game like that, that's going to bring you into the tournament. I'm sure it's only one round out of 18, but still, that is what you need for confidence. On the other hand, we're just talking to the coach of Ukraine as well. They just said, look, these points, we don't need double digits to start it off. We don't. We really don't. What we need is not a 0-point game, and that's what they got.
Yeah. Consistency, as much as you've heard that in probably every esports broadcast ever, consistency is key. And it's about your points average after 18 games. You do want to be averaging those 8 to 10 points. You're not going to be averaging 24 points per game. But that also tells you that what Kyrgyzstan has just done is worth, well, 2 very good games, 3 good games in other teams. So they really put themselves ahead here, and they put themselves in the driver's seat. But let's not pretend like one game is going to decide this whole thing. We've got 3 days of 6 games each. We're just dipping our toes into this tournament right now. They've made a big splash, but we're still just dipping toes.
Yeah, and let's not forget, it's only been SANHOK. So it's only been SANHOK. Look, we're always kind of taking SANHOK performances with a little bit of grain of salt, because at the end of the day, sure, these teams should perform at any map, but then again, zones like this, S2G for example, they're not going to look at this and be like, oh, that's not starting off well. No, it's been SANHOK. Sometimes zones don't work out. It's the first game of the tournament. No one knows where really anyone drops for the most part. So, yeah, despite that, I think it's been all fine. Looking at this, we do have 3 ERANGEL games coming up right now, and I think that's where we should really go in with the tactical analysis of all of this. And I'm going to be very surprised if we don't see some hard drops. We already know about some of the hard drops. Rozhok is going to be Brunei and Ukraine sitting right next to each other, actually right behind us. They're going to be hard dropping in Rozhok as far as we're concerned. But yeah, let's take a look. You know what? Let's take a look.
Let's see what we get. Game 2 is on the cards. We're heading into the old faithful ERANGEL. 3 games, as you said. And it doesn't matter what you think of the maps. We're going to be playing triple the amount of ERANGEL that we are going to be playing SANHOK. This is going to be, if anything, this is going to be the map that decides the tournaments. Per day, 2 Miramars, 1 SANHOK, 3 ERANGELs. This is the most important map. No matter if you like it or not, no matter if it suits you or not, you're going to have to perform. Hot drops, big topic. I was surprised we saw so little on SANHOK.
Very surprised.
We'll see what happens. We've seen in the scrims yesterday on Miramar as well, plenty of hot drops, but that was scrims. That was everybody trying to sort of warm up a little bit, get used to the equipment, get used to the sound, get a little bit team fighting going. Now this is the real game. And I can tell you, very usually, people are a little bit more cautious when the real games start. People are a little bit more scared, and the amount of hot drops tends to absolutely shrink into nothingness. So we'll see what happens here. Rozhok looks promising, Felix, and then we'll have some parachute vehicle struggles maybe around Milta, but that should dissolve nicely.
Yeah, let's take a look at STG as well, looking towards the western hand side. We'll see whether or not they will have a contest as well. First one's down is going to be Georgia. They will opt for the military base, as you can see right here. Will probably be a split with Jaeger, Eleanor. Yeah, all around the military base. Military base itself is actually clear. I'm not sure if they just didn't see it or if they're going to rotate off, which I think they will eventually. But look at this. First frag is going to go the way of... Oh, it's going to go with Brunei, actually. Oh my goodness, Tulika has been taken down. That's the contest we were talking about. That has to be in Rozhok, the one we just kind of predicted to happen. But yeah, that does not look good for Ukraine, unfortunately. Losing the first player, and I think there was another knock, if I did see that correctly.
Not the start you want. The shotgun comes out, rings out. Brunei starting things off strong, and there we'll have a quick look over towards Pachinki. Not contested, you could argue. Maybe a higher priority loot spot, maybe a more favorable loot spot than Rozhok, but every loot spot has its ups and downs, and depending on how you want to play as a team, Rozhok can be a very attractive destination. We'll see if we have a look at that. So far, I'd say Ukraine, stronger team overall, but by the looks of things, Brunei really getting the better of them in this hot drop.
Yeah, they are. Depends on how much they wanna keep contesting this. I mean, Ukraine is probably not just gonna rush in and try to trade this out. Probably going to try to play this one smart, as far as we could tell, judging by the last game. But yeah, if you do want to contest anything, if you do want to make this your hometown, Rozhok, you will have to do so convincingly in the first rounds of it, right?
Yeah,
there always used to be this kind of gentleman agreement. I don't think it's really happening these days anymore as much as it used to, where if you lose the first 1 or 2 contests, you're just like, you're supposed to just go away, right? At this point, I could see Ukraine keeping to contest this, because I know that Tulika really kind of only plays Rozhok, and he just does not want to dip whatsoever. So yeah, this might just be a tricky kind of scenario where essentially, even if Brunei wins this over and over again, they will find Ukraine right there. But look at this, the trade is happening. Havlik with the first one to trade things out.
It's a mindset kind of question. You can definitely win a hot drop by not leaving, because if you keep hot dropping, even if you're losing it every single time, at some point, the other team might say, well, if we want to win a tournament, then we can't just be hot dropping every single time. You can also win a hot drop by being better on the other maps. If we end this day and Ukraine has lost 2 out of 3 hot drops, but they're in the top 3 and Brunei is in the bottom 5, then there's good reasons for Brunei to leave and hope that they can improve their ERANGEL games to a point where they can catch up. But
absolutely.
Lots of factors playing into it, and a very tricky situation for either team. As you can see, they're trying to do everything they can to stay as clean as they can out of this. But right now, it's not looking like either of them is going to get out clean, because Chewy he might not know, but he's creeping right into the open arms of Old Boy, and if PSL wants to go for a res, he's not going to have a good time. So I'm not sure if Chewy is trying to get safe or if he's trying to get resed here, but that res might really open the door for Old Boy, and that would bring it down to a 3v2.
Yeah, I think Shaco is trying to go for it, and Shaco, I don't think Shaco has any idea about this one. The smoke comes out, that might just give him some chance. Oh!
No.
I thought he was just behind. Oh my god, I thought he was safe behind that. That would have been insane, but no. The angle is just right, and Old Boy's going to grab that frag and potentially the second one as well. The first one already bled out. Shaco is not finished just yet. Old Boy's like, what the hell is happening? But now he's going to get the flush. And there we go. That's the second trade actually coming out against Brunei. So that after that initial knock and flush coming in from Brunei, it's just going downhill, which is surprising to some degree, because I felt like they had a pretty good split actually to make something happen against Old Boy, but his position just wasn't known.
We talked about experience, right? We talked about how much it matters, and what Ukraine has been able to do is slow it down so much that the other team makes a play, makes a mistake, gets caught out onto it, and as soon as they catch one single player, that leads to the second knock, and that leads to them getting manpower. We've had a glimpse at the map there, Felix.
Yes.
And I can see you want to talk about it.
Yeah, because that is an S2G zone if I've ever seen one. Great split. I think they were just around Quarry, actually. Yeah, that's what they are opting to split at. And S2G in that scenario, with that zone, with that kind of positioning inside the circle, they will surely go for a massive, massive split with lots of information. I can see that being kind of the fuel to bring them further in this round and potentially go into the very late game with lots and lots of elimination builds. You know, one zone at a time, but just judging by the kind of build-up they have, great positioning coming out from S2G. Another player going down from Brunei, but there is one trade, and that's Old Boy.
So we are in a 3v1, but Old Boy is on his knees. He's been knocked down, he's been naded out, and PSL can now choose, well, does he want to try and play for the flush, or does he just want to take his time? Because Ukraine, sure, they have the numbers, but they've got to cross that road, and he wants to catch them when they do so. They know well enough that he's going to be attempting that. They know well enough that that's his game plan, but Tresley is going to try and build as much distance as he can. Strong connection with the AK, but that's looking like a possible cross. Oh my, that is barren, that is open. That's an AK, not the perfect weaponry for the job.
Yeah, it's tough.
But he's still done damage. And look at the meds on Tresley. There's nothing there. He's going to try to pop out the smokes, get close to Old Boy, try and do anything about this. Havlik trying to do his job as well, trying to do his part. They're struggling versus this solo of Brunei right now. He's being such a nuisance, such a problem for Ukraine. Now the flash is about to come through. And just like that, Ukraine will have to either risk a whole lot of their team.
I don't think he finds him. I don't think he finds him. There's an option. There is the option.
He doesn't know.
For Old Boy to still get rest, if they have to run upstairs. How is he waiting this one out? Why are they not pushing this? They need to save Old Boy. There's no way. With a shotgun, he should take this much time. But I think at this point, it's too late. No, I think they just lost Old Boy. Whether or not he's going to win this. He's going to lose that 1v1 as well. Pia, oh my goodness. This is falling apart for Ukraine at this point. It's only half league left, but that should not have happened under any circumstances.
Beautifully played by PSL. And, well, hard for Ukraine to group there, hard to make anything work. Beautiful term is mutually assured destruction. And this is a pretty good example. No matter what happens here, either team will have lost 3 of their members, no matter who wins it out. And neither of the teams should be able to get a whole lot of points out of this game. That's why you don't want the hot drops, and that's why you can, well, maybe lose the 1v1 at the end, like Havlik is probably about to do.
Oh, what? Okay.
Never mind.
Okay.
All right, I'll take it back.
Take it back. Take it back.
All right, shut me up, Havlik, will ya?
That is nasty. That is absolutely nasty. Havlik. What a shot. What a shot. What a shot.
What
turns it around. Even
shot.
Though he didn't, almost had no bullets left. He was prone down as well. And yeah, so he's going to win a hot job. Is it a good hot job, though?
No.
I guess it isn't.
A Pyrrhic victory is the correct term, I believe. They're losing even though they're the winners of that hot drop. Zone has shifted right towards the quarry. They're giving us a small replay of the frags PSR was able to acquire. And then in the end, well, not even the observers expected him to lose that one.
No, I can't blame them.
Stuff. But, you know, 3 points, 3 kills, not the end of the world. Not a game where you push yourselves up the scoreboard, but we're going to have plenty of teams with less than that. Colombia playing around the Ferry Pier area. We have Egypt in the bunkers to the north. We already talked plenty about Turkey and the position they should have been able to acquire there. But again, tons of teams finding their way into the circle, while the two hot drop teams, they haven't even seen it. They have not the purest idea of what's going on inside this zone, and that's why you hate to be hot dropping as well.
Still a good position for Colombia, because they opted for that northern side of this whole compound kind of area towards the shoreline. Yeah, and you can see there's another team south of Ferry Pier, but I feel like Kyrgyzstan has definitely got less of control, easily less control than what Colombia has. So I'll take that position a little bit stronger. Depending, though, on what I usually try to do with that split where Colombia is playing is split it with the position from Egypt, but somehow they were too late for that, because even though Egypt rotated in late, they somehow still got position. I feel like if they would have split that with the position that Egypt has right now, that would have been absolutely massive. So I'm kind of surprised they didn't. But then again, that is a greedy split. Either way, Egypt in a good position, Colombia in a really good position, Kyrgyzstan for now, at least in a position where nothing can really happen throughout, at least for the next zone. I don't think it's going to shift that far off. Yeah, I'm kind of interested now looking at Turkey. Where is Turkey?
Should be off to that northwestern side, but one thing you can't help but noticing about this zone as well, these guys are dead center, right? Kyrgyzstan is in the dead center, so is Colombia, so is Morocco, who's just arrived and instantly losing Lazy Boy. And there is a mini ringing out, something you're not used to seeing all that much, as Argentina and Serbia have found themselves on the other side of the map. But I say they're in the center of the circle now. They're surrounded by a whole lot of water, and the circle has tons of potential for hard shifts, both to the north and to the west. And Felix, I found Turkey.
I did see them as well, back in the distance.
2 minis.
Very surprised they didn't opt for a more centralized position on towards that phase 2 shift, because they were up on that hillside east of Quarry, which is incredibly strong for information play. So I feel like they would have had prior on lots of these positions that we can see being played right now in the deep center. But yeah, maybe they just didn't want to do that anyway. So I feel like with them, we've spoken to these players as well just before the first game started. And they are just not worried. I feel like they were in this mindset of you can play whatever you wanna, kind of play whatever play style you wanna, as long as you win the fights on the edges, and as long as you still are in favorable positions. And I think that's kind of what we're seeing here right now. Either way, first short segment out towards Marksa from Serbia, as the Philippines are pushing through
he's
this.
so caught out. He's so alone, Felix. He's so surrounded. Util's coming in. Beautiful nade.
Good nade, yeah.
He even got the DBS out. It won't matter. Serbia is bleeding members right now. One left standing for them. We talked about how they were one of the better teams. Well, they've completely been bamboozled here by the Philippines. Rez has come through.
Oh my
and
goodness.
It's looking like that phase 3, Felix. I said there's lots of potential for a hard shift. I'm looking at the minimap. That might have just gone to Millie Island.
I gotta say right now, the one team that surprised me the most so far is Philippines. The way they fight, the way they aggress on towards edges, the way their team play is structured as well. They're always very stacked together. They always have their backs. They're always very, you can see plays like this. They're all very proactive. They are surprising the most right now. I'm not having them on my favorite sheet, but the way they play right now, I should definitely write them down. So far, they are playing incredibly well.
Aggressive, decisive, quick on it, not messing around, not
They're hitting
waiting
the shots
around.
as well.
And they're definitely catching a few teams off guard. Neither of these two in the zone. The circle has not gone on the Millie Island, but it's gone pretty far south considering where it was. So that Ferry Pier position is going to be a nice one to be holding out, as we've talked about it plenty with Kyrgyzstan and Colombia occupying that earlier. Now, the solo close range in Koa, absolute massive force on the Serbian team, and then Milas a little bit further back. They are trying to make this work. They are trying to hold on and maybe find some entries back towards the Philippines, but it looks like they are just aborting mission. They're leaving, and they're leaving Rocello back here with the M4 to hold their retreat. Where they go and where they want to hold Serbia from, well, it's either the yellows or it's the rocks, but either of the two options should work just fine. That's a buggy with 2 players on it for Serbia. That's not going to be a great rotation.
No, it's going to be, might just be the last rotation. Okay, they will stop just in front of that rock. That might just give them the opportunity to have at least some kind of, at least 20 more seconds until the zone closes to make something happen against Philippines just below them. But after Philippines have made themselves at home on their coastline, I don't see a way to rotate in further, because they have 4 players up and it's only a buggy with 2 players. They should not make it inside any further whatsoever. Romania, look at them, they're still on the better southern side together with Kazakhstan and obviously Kazakhstan and who was on the northern side? I just didn't get a glimpse of it. Either way, 2 more teams. I'm not sure how they will make this work as well. The zone is still relatively far to the south, so swimming is an option. They will definitely make it in time, but it's not going to be easy.
We talked about Serbia maybe not being able to make another rotation, but they have found 2 of these kills. They have taken out 2 of the Philippines as they approach the lighthouse. So, well, they got their revenge in some sense, and they are fairly close to the circle. Maybe they can catch a few swimmers. That's not looking good for Romania. They were the first ones to swim, but they didn't realize there was another team there. We talked plenty about Kazakhstan and Georgia on both of these sides. Now they are going to get punished. Redox, his prospects not looking all that great. Kapahala, he's going to have to go for a dive. They're going to be running out of oxygen. This is not going to be easy no matter where they go here. And I think Kazakhstan is doing the same thing. They're swimming alongside them with just one player covering. So whoever gets to ferry first could be a whole lot of damage to the other team.
And that is so smart, though, leaving Puncher behind to potentially put some more pressure on towards the rest of the teams rotating in through the southern side. That is, I really enjoy that. That's just a very small kind of details that make a difference in competitive play. So, yeah, I would have expected that to happen actually from Romania because they were 4 strong and they weren't. They were only having 3 players up at that point. But, yeah, either way, you can see it does make a difference. S2G under a lot of pressure as well. So they opted out for this kind of straight through the middle approach. They did find themselves a shack, but you can see Egypt is pressuring this so much, and they really want to clear them out. I love this aggressiveness again coming out from Egypt. I wouldn't have expected them to push out of that compound. That is so good, especially since we're only having phase 4, but they weren't 100% successful. I don't think they found the door to actually throw that nade in. So Race and Kalzi will stay alive, at least for now.
They just barely made it back into the compound, though. They wanted to clear out that shack. They wanted to put an end to what Turkey's been doing in here, but they weren't quite able to close it out just yet. Not a position you want to be in if you're Razy or Kalzi.
Oh, no.
You really, really hate to see this. But at least they've stayed strong for now. And the closer this zone gets, and the more it closes in, the more people are going to be having eyes on Egypt, and the harder it's going to be for them to flex out. You can see already Chile there is already overwatching across the road for Egypt. Becomes almost impossible when more and more teams are interested. So there is a chance for Turkey to break into the placement points here and stay alive for a little while longer, but it's still very early days here, Alex.
I kind of think they have to hope for a northern shift, a massive northern shift, because I don't see them crossing the streets towards the south. I don't think there is any way. I say that, but if Nasser goes down, and it looks like he's going to be finished off, I think they might just not find the angle. Oh my goodness, Nasser is going to get revived. So if he would have been flushed out, maybe there would have been a breach from Chile or something like that. Maybe. But right now, I think Egypt, they're not going to make this mistake again and let someone just run outside.
Ooh.
Was that a nade from up top?
Yes.
Are you kidding? Oh, he was outside. Okay, Kalsi actually did try to go outside. But yeah, what I wanted to say is I think the only way up is towards the northern side, and there needs to be a northern shift for Turkey to make something happen.
Even then, it's going to be tricky. It's going to be hard. Lots of teams looking over their shoulders. They're going to have to find the right util at the right time. There is a chance. Ooh, there's more damage coming in. He's barely trying to creep into that corner. He's hoping to deny the angle. Look at it. It's tiny, the space that they have where they can stay safe. But if they do get pushed across the road, you already saw how much Chile was able to do there versus Egypt. And even then, you just have to find those 2 nades as he's in Kalsi's inventory. If he finds them into the right smoke at the right time, the push becomes almost impossible. Circle has sent it up. Egypt firmly in the middle. They don't want to take any more knocks at this point. They probably want to stay safe. Razy puts a good bunch of damage towards the north. Doesn't find anything. Serbia, we said no more rotations for them. Well, they've proven us wrong. They're below the bridge right now, and they are back next to their, well, I don't want to say favorite neighbors because they've both killed each other, but they're right back next to the Philippines.
Absolutely. Talking about Romania as well, I was very surprised to see them make it across the 4-man. Puncher did get some good shots up, but it just wasn't enough for a knock. Even though Redox, I think it was Redox, who was like on absolutely 1 HP. But he did make it across as well. So Romania's going to be 4-man strong. Southern side as well. You can see Kazakhstan, they will have the info on towards where they are playing from, but they are they are 1 player down as well. Maybe even 2. They are 2 player down. So the last one didn't even make it across. I think that's maybe even where Dorian has got his kill point from. And we might have just missed it. Oh, Dorian! That is an opening.
He's got a second one.
That is going to be so important because, as we said, he's getting a flush as well. Because as we said, they do need to make this cross. And you could totally tell Kazakhstan was waiting for this cross to happen. There's no other way. But this rotation path from Dorian, this position is amazing.
He even did 69 damage on that second nade. Almost takes down Takeoff. And now he knows as well. He should have seen that player move out. Maybe not looking at the right time, but oh my, that's a lot of damage. Oh my god. They're absolutely on point right now. But look at the top as well. Look who's there, the winners of the last game. Peeking on over. Flyke already knows. He wants to hunt. Kapahala has found more damage. This is just not playable at all for Takeoff right now. But the next fight's already on the cards. And that is Romania versus Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah, Kyrgyzstan has got great positions up on towards that kind of rock side, but they still need to hit the shots. And depending on how much util both of these teams still have, because the Nexus, I think they just wasted a bunch of them, it's still going to be very, very tough. But you can see the edge doesn't really favor anyone. So, I mean, at this point, sure, they've got the high ground, but Kyrgyzstan still need to make the shots happen. But yeah, both of them full-man lineups as well, so it's going to be difficult.
If you caught it there as well, there's not a whole lot of resources left on Romania. Redox, you can see he's not even healing up. He's looking for loot. He's looking to find a body to loot. Octavian bandaging back up. Kyrgyzstan don't have the same problems. They're absolutely stacked. They've still got util. They've still got meds, armor, everything they need. So while we saw Serbia pushing on that wizard tower a little bit further east, this is not a fair fight for Romania right now at all. They're going to be happy that they got these kill points. They're going to be happy that they at least confirmed some of the points in this match. But they're going to have a very, very hard time if they want to take this fight up to the top. Siric doesn't find the last bullet just yet. He's looking for it. He's found the legs. Oh boy, Octavian. He's dancing, he's dipping, he's diving. But it's not enough in the end. He's down. That's maybe the start signal for Kyrgyzstan to try and pull a little bit further on that rope that they're trying to sling around Nexus right now.
Yeah, so that high ground position is still too strong at the moment. And now the nades are coming out as well. They've still got massive amounts of utility, as we said. Obviously, because they didn't just have to fight their way in and didn't just have to smoke their way in, especially as well. You could tell if they would have had 5 more smokes right here, I think they would have made it up towards Colombia at the very least. But yeah, just seeing this is just not going to happen. Redux and Kapahala, last 2 alive, with Kapahala being on the very eastern side of it, very close to the zone actually. I'm not sure how he snuck up there, but maybe if Colombia doesn't take a look towards their southern side, he might just make it in.
We've been looking at this fight, and it's a beautiful fight, and it's 2 very strong teams. But don't forget that Serbia is on 7 kill points right now. They've just walked up to that wizard tower and wiped it clean. They've gotten their own entry into the circle with just 2 players alive. We talked about the potential on some of their roster, and oh boy, is it showing off right now. Kyrgyzstan, Romania, they're going to tear each other to shreds. We might even see a reposition towards the north here for Kyrgyzstan because they don't want to aggress the same building Romania is already pushing into. But if you look at the minimap, there's really not a whole lot of space for them to go. This is going to be tricky on the north. This is going to be tricky on the southwest. But oh my, I don't know what Serbia did to that wizard tower, but it must have not been pretty.
It must have not been pretty. You could see Kyrgyzstan, though, on the other side, very far eastern side. They did spread out again after that initial kind of full focus on towards Romania. And now they realize there might just be more kill potential towards the northern side. And they found just that. 1 knock against, I think it was Kazi, 1 knock against Turkey, at the very least. Not going to get the flash, but still, they did see the sidelines were kind of good for them. And they should know that SG has to move as well. Now Chile comes in, though. They will breach their compound area. I feel like I'm not sure if they would have been a smarter rotation. But it doesn't really matter because that's even more kill potential for Kyrgyzstan, and that's another frag.
That's a chance for everybody around this. That's not only a chance for Turkey, that's a chance for Kyrgyzstan as well. Everybody wants to make their moves right now. If it's just a little bit closer on the dirt road, he might stop right here and try to play this lower ground. But even just that move has been made so much easier by Chile sending it in. It's looking like a re-breach, though. It's looking like Kyrgyzstan is going all the way in.
I love it.
Romania, they're fighting for the no loot. So Kyrgyzstan has just taken this under everyone's eyes. They've just, in broad daylight, they've robbed the place, taken the building for themselves. It's absolute madness on both sides of the circles. But what is that from Kyrgyzstan?
Look at this, they took that one building that wasn't really played because they knew both these teams were fighting on a big, long building towards the western side.
No one's even shooting back.
The garage building. And look at this, they are making it work right now. 1 more frag being secured. In the meanwhile, it's going to be Redux and Door and South. Wait, did they just clean a 2v4?
Yes.
Are you kidding me? Colombia being taken out with a 2-main squad from Romania. How did that just happen? Either way, Kyrgyzstan is doing the exact same thing, just cleaning it up. They will have that compound. It's just a matter of second. Egypt gets taken out as well. That's the 9th flag and another unfathomable performance coming up from Kyrgyzstan just very early on. We're only in stage 6 and they've got the circle.
How did these 2 teams just walk away from the fight they had versus each other? They were tearing each other to pieces. One of them walks away to the north side, one of them walks away to the south side, and they both just clean the rest of the lobby. They both just figured out this is not the fight we want, this is not where we want to be, and they take the map. We saw how hard that was to get into, we saw how much space was taken on all of these sides. And well, you either brute force your way in with a DBS, or you just pull out a 500 IQ rotation like Kyrgyzstan did. That was beautiful. That was, oh, that warms my heart, seeing things like that. Robbery in broad daylight.
Yes.
And just like that, they are now in a winning position. And look at that. They're slowly creeping back into each other. Doran is already looking over his shoulders. Beautiful. Beautiful nade towards the north, but it's going to be Nexus or Romania versus Kyrgyzstan here again.
Oh, that was not meant to happen, I think. Anyways, it's going to be a smoke that might actually didn't even land too bad, even though I don't think it was meant for that position. Either way, yeah, Kyrgyzstan. So, in case you missed it, they didn't just breach the very first building, they breached the one building where they had info on that no one was there anymore. So that's the kind of smart rotation we were talking about. Incredible stuff. And then the decision-making to push at that very moment is going to give them the best position inside the circuit. If you've seen the players and the teams that are left alive, we have 2 in Romania, we have 2 in Serbia and 2 in Argentina. If Kyrgyzstan is going to clean up every single one, which could happen in this scenario, because you can see all the rest of the 2-man players are just very split apart, and as soon as Kyrgyzstan is going to get info on the rest of the circle, they might just opt for a more clean approach, you know, just going edge to edge and just cleaning them up. This is very possible in this very specific circle. So that would give them almost close to 20 eliminations in a best case scenario.
It's going to be tricky, but there is a chance that it just works out for them. If they manage to isolate the right fights at the right time, if they, for example, just swing north, take a 4v2 to Argentina,
I feel like it might.
Nobody should be able to pounce in time. Serbia is already looking. Serbia is already getting a little bit closer on the minimap. And everybody else should realize as well that they want to buy their time. They don't want to force a fight here. They don't want to overrush anything. And there's still also potential for this to go wrong. But just the fact that Kyrgyzstan finds themselves in this position, in such a beneficial position, again, in the second round, possibly pulling out the back-to-back with a knock like that is craziness to me.
SANHOK on 7 eliminations. Can you believe it? SANHOK is on 7 eliminations after he's had that massive performance on SANHOK again. Kyrgyzstan, everyone's going to look at the total leaderboard after this round and be like, Kyrgyzstan, how are you going to close this gap even today? You know, depending on how they want to win this round. But if they do win this round, it's going to be absolutely massive. Nate comes out, surely going to clean this one up. That's exactly the kind of place that I'm talking about. You do have them an advantage. You should know this at this point. You can see how many players are remaining, and you can kind of just tell by the way the circle works, by how the other teams are kind of playing passively, that they will potentially not have as many players left alive as you do. And that should be Argentina going down in a matter of seconds.
Should be no chance for Octi to get out of that shack.
Not again.
Even if he smokes himself off, there will be Serbia from the other angle. That's not going to make this happen. He's got an nade and a molly. Kyrgyzstan has to be a little careful. They have to tread carefully about what they do. They don't want to step into the open here. The worst thing they can do is lose a member. And as long as they keep 4 alive here, they have enough space to play this late game. As long as they keep 4 alive, they should have good chances. Bit of damage comes out. Doran makes his presence known, gets out the M4. Lots of damage, connects actually into the drive of that vehicle. But as long as there's no knock, it's very easy to recover from. And when you've had so many bodies to loot, because you've just cleared out compound after compound, you have been able to stock back up. So still plenty of meds, quite a bit of utility. And there is the eyes on Argentina that I talked about. There is the second team, Melas and Koa. They're looking to put more of their stamps onto this lobby. They popped off early game. They've been quiet for a while now.
Yeah.
But they're definitely looking to get back into it here in the last few circles.
Doran and Redux, 2 of the players you absolutely want to have left alive in this kind of scenario as well. Such experienced Pro League players are still left alive in this one. You can see Koa on the back distance as well. His teammate being the MVP of the qualifiers, Biscuit, unfortunately taken down already, but these 2 are an absolute powerhouse as well. So maybe I did say it was possible for Kyrgyzstan, but yeah, then again, it's definitely not easy against these kind of players. You can see Doran kind of using that vehicle for some more information up towards the Richland from Kyrgyzstan. But Kyrgyzstan themselves, I think at this point, they know their back's clear, Argentina's out. They do take things just a tiny bit slower as well. Now they realize maybe some more control towards the next ridge, take things ridge by ridge, kind of like a domino movement kind of approach. Same 1-4, always cover him, never underestimating the place that could be here, and that's exactly what they're doing. This is going to be interesting seeing whether or not this is going to work out perfectly. Doran, oh my goodness, that Molotov is perfect, just perfectly placed, and Redux being spotted out as well. This might just be a clean wipe. Redux goes down, headshot coming in from Flaky, and that is his 8th frag in this round. Excuse me, no, SANHOK actually gets this one. Still on 7, but that might just be another one coming in since Doran is just behind that. Oh, that box, and he has to move as well now. Boozone coming in.
He's got the DBS. popped out a flashbang, trying to stay in it for just that little bit longer, trying to delay. You see as well, Serbia has made the move. Serbia has used that time. But Kyrgyzstan, we've seen them bounce around their attention last game. They're doing it again here. They are well and truly aware of what Serbia is trying to pull. That is Doran out. That is a 4v2 for Kyrgyzstan already. They're looking to take the back-to-back. They're unstoppable right now. They already have 15 kills again, and they're just looking to get the last two. Flyke waiting for the anchor, opening that angle up to the north, and oh my, they have so much control here, Alex.
Yes, they do, and I was talking about them having the option to take every single frag they have in this round, and they will do so, surely. Kua is going to get massive amounts of damage points onto the player that are just approaching them, but in fact, is surely going to win this one in return. All of the players have just been taken down very low. Now the first one comes out, it's a quick trade. Flyke, though, should be able to get this one. Oh, the third one! What is happening, Kua? He might just clutch this. It's a 2-on-4. There's no one-on-one. DBS in hand, but he somehow makes it work. Then it will be the two back-to-back chicken dinners that we can see here live from Iasi. Oh my goodness, that was way too close, wasn't it?
Oh, that almost fell apart. That looked so controlled, but the trades were just not going their way. You can see Kua, he's not happy about that. He's upset. Oh, he's not happy.
We gotta turn around and look at them. We gotta turn around and look at them. Oh,
he's walking away. He's walking away. He can't believe he missed that out in the end. He got so close.
He had the DBS as well. Out of all the weapons you can have, he had the DBS to make it happen.
It was 20 HP.
It was. It really was.
There was no way.
Wow. Still though, great performance of both of the teams. And again, both two of the teams we were highlighting very early on as well to come out swinging on day one. But Kyrgyzstan, that was something that is way above of what we expected. Sure, they were favorites. Sure, they have incredibly experienced players, excluding Hot there a little bit in terms of international experience, but the main roster, the core of it is unfathomable. But this kind of performance, once again, being kind of a zone that really wasn't favoring anyone up towards phase 4, 5, 6, them going out like this, just fragging everyone, kind of having a hillside as well. They can just focus on and clean everyone up. I don't know. It's unfathomable. If they keep this up, this is not going to be reachable today.
They played that so clean until that very last 4v2.
They were so clean. That happened.
They were clinical. They were absolutely taking their time. They were scouting out ridge by ridge. They see the player. They molly him out of position. They push the second one. Beautiful stuff. No risks taken. No 1v1s taken. And then they get into the 4v2, and they have every angle in the world, and somehow they get traded so badly, they end up in a 1 versus 1 where they have 20 HP on themselves.
With the HP disadvantage.
Crazy.
I thought it was over when Flyke had that. He wrapped around the eastern side. He laid down low. I thought at that point it was going to be over.
Yeah, absolutely.
He had the angle on it. He surely would have had. When he had the weapons for it as well, he should have had the first drop on him. But somehow he got spotted out, and he tried to rotate back instead of taking the peek just straight away, even though he knew he probably would have been traded as soon as someone shot. But yeah, the smokes, I'm not sure. Was it Serbia smokes?
I'm not sure.
We're going to have to take a look back at this.
We're going to have to take a look back. We'll see the highlights and all that stuff. I'm going to have to talk to Kua, see why he was storming off after that game.
We're running back up there.
Thanks, everybody, for watching so far. That was game number 2. It is looking insane from Kyrgyzstan right now. We're going to send you to a short break, and we'll be back in just a few minutes.
the top 3 players will make it out there, right? So basically 2 people will make it out on the lower side and 1 person gets advanced. So whoever's the main winner, they're ahead of everybody. I used to be a competitor in it, now I'm a commentator in it, obviously. But this game is itself, right? There's a lot of fighting games out there. This is the one true 3D fighting game.
Having so many countries in this city is something very special, and it's an honor to be here and play against most.
Am văzut că sunt foarte multe echipe, sper să fiu nu prea mult în ultima perioadă meciurile, dar cred că USA o să ne surprindă foarte mult.
I'm confident and I have plans for my opponents, but I know they are good players, so I'll do my best.
Obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul Esportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the pantheon of champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female team. Like, it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun eveniment de până acum la care am fost eu în țara la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing values.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
The top 3 players will make it out there, right? So basically 2 people will make it out on the lower side and 1 person gets advanced. So whoever's the main winner, they're ahead of everybody. I used to be a competitor in it, now I'm a commentator in it, obviously. But this game is itself, right? There's a lot of fighting games out there. This is the one true 3D fighting game.
Having so many countries in this city is something very special, and it's an honor to be here and play against most.
Am văzut că sunt foarte multe echipe, sper să fiu nu prea mult în ultima perioadă meciurile, dar cred că USA o să ne surprindă foarte mult.
I'm confident and I have plans for my opponents, but I know they are good players, so I'll do my best.
obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players that we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul sportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the pantheon of champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female team. Like, it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun evenimente până acum la care am fost eu în țara la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing values.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
The top 3 players will make it out there, right? So basically 2 people will make it out on the lower side and 1 person gets to advance. So whoever's the main winner, they're ahead of everybody. I used to be a competitor in it, now I'm a commentator in it, obviously. But this game is itself, right? There's a lot of fighting games out there. This is the one true 3D fighting game.
Having so many countries in this city is something very special, and it's an honor to be here and play against most.
Am văzut că sunt foarte multe echipe, sincer să fiu, nu prea mult în ultima perioadă meciurile, dar cred că USA o să ne surprindă foarte mult.
I'm confident and I have plans for my opponents, but I know they are good players, so I'll do my best.
Obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players that we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul sportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the pantheon of champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female team. Like, it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun evenimente până acum la care am fost eu în țara la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing values.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
the top 3 players will make it out there, right? So basically 2 people will make it out on the lower side and 1 person gets it advanced. So whoever's the main winner, they're ahead of everybody. I used to be a competitor in it, now I'm a commentator, and obviously, but this game is itself, right? There's a lot of fighting.
Welcome back with this quick pause. Back to the WEC, the 15th World Esports Championships, and we have PUBG Mobile once again coming up. If you've seen the last 2 games, you might think this is a kind of a done deal, right? Because that's just how it looks. But let me tell you, it's 18 games, so nothing really too big has happened so far. Talking about big things, Kyrgyzstan, back-to-back chicken dinner, and not only that, they have done so with a massive amount of eliminations, and they have done so rightfully. They have completely deserved wins as well.
Craziness. Nobody expected that. We knew there was a lot of good teams in the lobby. We had them on our list of the teams to be looking out for. Nobody really expected any team to run away with it. If we did expect a team to run away with it, it would have been Turkey or Romania. That was in my head. Right now, that's looking mighty different. And it's crazy what they've been able to achieve in the first few games. They've shown that they can do it on SANHOK. They've shown that they can do it on ERANGEL. And speaking about ERANGEL, we're going into another one. 64 players, 16 teams in a plane that's going straight across the map. And that's absolutely sending it west to east. Can Kyrgyzstan do it again? 27 points after 2 games. I'm not good at maths, but that's about 14 points per game. That is, that's not even what they had. They had about 14 kills per game, plus 10 placement points.
Yeah.
They're crazy right now.
It is completely absurd, to be honest. It is completely absurd. Talking about confidence starting off into this game, I mean, we're talking about Ukraine and them saying, you know, just all you need to do is just not start off with a 0-point game, and I can totally see that. As a player, it was the exact same. But, I mean, there still has to be a difference between taking like 3-4 points at the start of the game and then like winning back-to-back chicken dinner. That still has to make a difference in confidence levels. And right now, Kyrgyzstan, if anyone's got the confidence, they do. Let's see if they can keep this up, because there always tends to be the kind of teams where if they start off really, really strong, maybe even throughout the whole day, they get overly confident. They make the mistakes they normally wouldn't, because, you know, it's not every day. It's just as much as it is weird for some teams to have like a fluke of a performance, just as much is it weird for some teams to have like a massive performance. Both of these kind of performances you have to deal with and be able to kind of adapt to it like mentally. So let's see if Kyrgyzstan is going to be able to do it.
It's going to be hard to keep up the same pace, but if anything, it's really just how you want to start with. And it takes a lot of pressure off your shoulder, because essentially what they've been able to do is they already have a decent day. If they get 0 points in the next 4 games, they already had a decent day. And that is just wild. That is craziness. Tons of other teams in the lobby, they're saying, well, it's only been 2 games. We can still rectify this. We can still catch up. Well, Kyrgyzstan, they're not going to have to catch up for another full day, regardless of what happens here. So crazy stuff from them right now. Crazy rotation for Armenia. This is a little bit risky. No helmet on the back of a buggy. Things you hate to see. But they will make it across, push into the north side of ERANGEL, and hopefully collect a few more vehicles along the way.
Things you love to see as an opposing player.
Yeah. No helmet.
Is there any more beautiful sight than having 2 players in a buggy without helmets?
Yeah,
I don't think there is.
That is.
But I don't think anyone's going to be able to see them, no. Next team is down towards the southern side of Georgia Pole. Anyways, next circle coming up, the first one actually, it is going to be a southwestern circle. Now this one surely is not going to end very clear, at least I don't think so. So we will have another new circle coming in on ERANGEL. Let's head on over to Mansion, because we do see Philippines, at least one of the players, Rocello, in a little bit of a tricky scenario, a little bit of a tricky spot. Argentina is going to be there to greet him on the other side of the building. I'm not sure they know how many players are there, but I was talking about Philippines in the last game. I feel like the way they play so far, the team playing, the peeking around and the fighting has been maybe more on a similar level as Kyrgyzstan. And now it sounds weird since they are so far ahead, you know, in terms of the total points they've gathered so far. But I really feel like what we've seen so far from the Philippines really just didn't do them justice. I didn't expect that to be so confident and so well. Rocello on this one is not going to get anything, though. It will be pushed by 2 of the players from Argentina, making that one really clean. But they have committed to this one at this point.
There's a crossbow on our end. That's absolutely wild. He's going to be running away from this one. Doesn't want to make the same mistake. Rutello getting caught out in the 1v3 means taken out swiftly and quickly by Argentina. Now, Allende is going to make the run. He's going to run for his life, try and get away from things. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to fit a nade into that doorway. That would be disaster for Argentina. But the res has now come through. The nade has missed, and we're back to a 4v3. I have to agree, though. The way Philippines has been fighting in these last few games makes me think that a 4v3 versus Argentina is still doable for them. The question is, do they want that at all? With the position they have, a push into mansion is suicide. And, well, we talked about players on a buggy, things you hate to see, but running down that hillside through the fence, that is possibly a whole lot worse than just driving around on a buggy. So they're going to cut their losses here, smartly so. And that's a good sign for me, at least, because we've already talked about their team fighting. It's been looking clean. It's been looking very decisive, aggressive. Now they're showing that they have their wits on them as well, and they don't just run it down into every fight they can take. They're happy to back off when they're outpositioned.
They seem to be very much on the same page. Whenever I saw them walking around, they seem like they could, like they just, yeah, they were just on the same page. They could communicate without actually having to say any words. So, yeah, we'll see. Maybe I'm over-interpreting some things, but I could totally see them still getting a very strong game in one of the games that are remaining today. Maybe even this one. We'll see. Few plays, definitely something you can still make some points with. Anyways, no Georgia Paul. I think that was Armenia that we just saw. Still being in the apartments, not even bothering about rotating, just as much as Brunei just isn't. Rotating out of Razak, they just got bullied out as far as I'm concerned, because you can see Ukraine, were they chasing them actually? I feel like they did. Why else would they be here with a 3-man?
Yeah, this is a very awkward way to dissolve the hot drop in Rozhok. 2 guys on a 3-seater bike. We talked about how much the buggy is exposed. The 3-seater bike, not that much better, I'll be completely honest. Not the most maneuverability on that either.
I'll take it back with the buggy. This is an even better sight.
Yeah.
2 players without helmets on a 3-man. 3 players without helmets on a 3-man.
If they drive straight at you, you know they're not even going to be able to turn in time. The only thing that can go wrong is that they run you over. That's the only thing you have to worry about. Other than that, pretty free kill. So they're going to try to grab more vehicles on the way, as many teams are trying to do. There's Romania, Milta Power side of things. 3 guys, 1 car. Also not the most optimal of ways, but they're going to find themselves more along their way to the zone. Octavian, a little bit overzealous, has to take a booster on that one. Will take possibly some additional blue zone damage, but they will make it in on that southeastern side, and they will take their time here. Lots of space in phase 1. Erangel offers you lots of rotation routes, so should not be a problem for the home team.
I was talking to the Turkish team just before the first game. I was asking them, you have been kind of not really struggling, but you have had your ups and downs so far. I think that is justified to say it like that, right? To analyze their performance after PMGC. They did have their ups and downs, especially with a point change that has happened after PMGC. I feel like there were months where you could just tell they just haven't fully adapted, and they just haven't had the same performance since PMGC.
Yeah.
But they said they are not worried about that at all. Now, surely they wouldn't just tell us straight up, right? That's just not how it works. But I could tell they were very convinced in their answer. So I'm not too worried that Turkey hasn't had the performance that you want to see from them and that you expected to see from them in the first games, since the way they play right here, very centralized, it's bound to happen at some point. Because individually, even if macro gaming just doesn't work out in this lobby individually, they should still frag the hell out, actually.
Yeah.
Let's just put it like that. There's no other way to talk about their fragging individual power. They should.
There's also nothing wrong with a slow start when the lobby is that unknown to you, right? They might thrive a little bit more of expecting what players around them do, knowing exactly what timings teams like to hit, what compounds they like to split around, all that kind of stuff. It's just not existent in these kind of lobbies. You just don't know what people are going to do. People don't usually play for their nation. People usually play for their team, and that means a whole lot of different rosters are suddenly thrown and mixed around in these lobbies. A lot less time to prepare, a lot less knowledge you can even have about the other teams in your lobbies. So if you thrive off that, it's going to mean a lot of adapting. But you can adapt during the tournament. It's just hard to adapt during the first, the second game. You know, it's going to take time. And if you have the individual class to do so, if you have the individual class to just figure out how teams are playing and counteract that, then you can definitely easily come back the more matches go on. Circle, going towards Quarry. We were
So good
hyped.
for
You were
STG.
hyped about that before. Perfect for S2G. Perfect for Turkey. But look who's even more central.
Yeah, are you
on their
kidding me right
southern
now?
side.
Are you kidding me right now? It's going to be Kyrgyzstan being in the very center of it. So that phase, I don't know. We've seen back-to-back chicken dinners throughout our competitive time.
Yeah.
Every so often, right, that happens. But a back-to-back-to-back chicken dinner, that is something that happens so incredibly rarely. Now, no, it's phase 2. We shouldn't overly judge.
Yeah.
But,
You were getting
by
hyped.
experience so far
Yeah,
today.
we're buying into the
But it's fun.
Kyrgyzstan hype. I'm
Yeah.
on the hype train. I'm not going to lie to you.
Likewise.
They've just been on one. They've been just annihilating the competition, and it's hard to argue against that as we see the first few struggles around the edges of the zone. Brunei, Algeria trying to feel out the opposition. That's Kyrgyzstan losing one between two teams. Colombia and Egypt on the other side, ready and waiting as well. And that is a big scalp to take. That's going to slow them down. We said, yeah, it's still possible to play with 3. But if you think about how much work one single player does across a whole match, losing that player early is absolutely brutal. If you think about all the information you can gather, all the room you can take, all the space you can hold, and then the fighting power, and then the utility that player carries, and the meds that player carries, it just amounts to so much across a whole game. It's going to be a big blow. One thing I want to talk about before I start rambling on, they're the only one that's playing mini. And they're absolutely rolling everybody right now.
Yeah.
Just saying. Maybe that's something to take notes of, everybody.
I mean, we have seen kind of a little bit of a meta change in the last recent months. You know, the minis has become more prevalent in esports. But it's not 100% come through as much as I would have loved to see it, because we have seen the AR SMG combo now throughout the last 2 years, essentially. As far as I can think back, actually, it's always been AR and SMG. So I really would love to see that change. I mean, the patch notes have gone in that direction as well, so I think sooner or later we will see that change in esports as well completely. At least that's what I'm thinking. Octi is going to get taken down, Octavian, with another one after Kapahala. Usually the strongest fragger, at least throughout the whole history of that team and them playing together, I feel like he's always been the most solid fragger, but just recently now Doran has been making absolute strides as well, and Redux obviously as well. So we'll see who's going to make the big impact in this tournament. So far it's kind of split even between all of them.
Love to see Octavian proving he's the better Oct as he takes down Octi. Ooh. And making sure that he wins out on the best player with that username. Now, Philippines, talked about them plenty. There is Serbia, there is Makasa. Taking one for himself. Again, another classic loadout. It's either the M4 and the UMP, or the M4 and the DBS, depending. Sometimes you'll get a Scar in there, but right now, aggression is the name of the game, and you love to have a DBS when you're aggressing somebody. He's waiting for a little bit of backup, though. He's not overstepping his boundaries just yet. Could even get a first aid out if he wants to. He's taking his time, but now the time is up. Player comes up the ridgeline, does a little bit of damage, but it does not matter. Knocked and flushed, and Serbia picks up their 3rd kill of the game, and again, it's the Philippines they're clashing with.
It's going to be Bizka with 1 and Maksha with 2. Bizka actually being the MVP of the qualifiers going into this tournament. Nexus, though, or Romania, rather, as I should say, going in towards these eastern edges and towards the eastern territory, and they will find immediate frags on towards Armenia as well. So more frags being picked up. It's the 4th one so far, and it is looking pretty good on that rotate too. We do have phase 3, and I do believe there's plenty of entry towards that southern side, especially since Kyrgyzstan has now been kind of shut down very early on in terms of grabbing too much control on that southern side. You can see Effect is, now that I say it, Effect is still fragging on through. He's even getting the flush on this one. I'm not sure how he did that, but still there will be weekend on that southern side.
Kyrgyzstan maybe, like you said, maybe a little bit overconfident. Maybe they were just playing their standard splits and it's worked out for them 2 games in a row. You don't want to interpret too much into a single death, but they tried to take a little bit too much. They got shut down. They lost the player for it. They're going to play a little bit more conservative from now on, as we see Algeria joining the Primorsk family. That is already Colombia and Kyrgyzstan. You do have to give the best chances, though, to Kyrgyzstan. They have an exit. They have a way out of town. Nobody else has that right now, as Colombia would have to work their way on through. That being said, with manpower, with utility, you can definitely work your way through a team, and we've seen a lot of banger nades in this tournament just to open things up. And I see a gas can there. If a nade lands in that room, not going to be good times for Zurich. Could be something he has to worry about. Romania coming in on the beach side, very possible approach. You've got to make most of the low ground. And I'm hoping they have enough meds because they seem to be rather tagged up.
Oh boy, in the distance, I think it's just been taken down. Ukraine is not off to a good start whatsoever. And the meanwhile, Biscuit does find another one. Serbia is on the way actually towards kind of a more centralized position throughout that eastern side. You can see them rotating off in the distance. While we have another frag on the way of Brunei. Looks like it's going to be a quick trade. Shako goes down as well. But yeah, look at this. So Kapahar has been taken down. Despite that, good entry so far. I like it. It's been shifting more towards the south side as well, but there is still a lot of water inside. So I think what they're aiming for is going to be the hill just north of the city. You can see where Six is kind of playing it at the moment. I think that's going to be the end game for Nexus. I don't see another way. And that is breachable. With the cars, that is definitely breachable, especially considering that Kazakhstan has got a massive split going on. And they need these knocks. That's exactly what they need. Redux gets shut down. They cannot allow Romania to get an entry on towards that hillside.
Good spray, but another mini coming through, doing big impact for his team. Doran, what is going on? He's completely alone there.
Oh, what just happened?
Oh, he had no idea what he was getting into, it seems. Oh, things you hate to see if you're Kazakhstan at this point. You've got the entry knock, you've had the upper hand, now suddenly your close range position has been taken over, you have no more space, you've got to worry about the utility coming your way as well. Doran, I'm not sure where that nade's landing, but it's not getting close. He's trying to pre-fire that tree. 6 kills already for Romania. This is not going to be a bad game regardless of how this turns out, but wanted to touch on what we saw there for a second in Primorsk, which was Colombia. There it is, beautiful. Thank you, observers. Taking the aggression early, trying to take space away from Kyrgyzstan, trying to see if they can find an opening, find an entry. Yep. It hasn't worked out, but they're trying to make their exit work before they have to go. And that is beautiful. That's things you love to see if you're a fan of Colombia at this point.
Absolutely. Take the initiative and take the fight towards them. And don't let zones dictate on what you have to do. Do it the other way around. And yeah, you can see Nexus kind of doing the same thing. They very early on, they didn't have to move just yet, but they knew if they do it the zone later, Kazakhstan might just have different positions, and they might not have as much control as they would have right now. Even though Nexus is losing one play at least for now, maybe even a second one if the next nade hits it pretty well, they are still in the game. They're still very much in the game. You can see Octavian still supporting from the back, and that's going to give them the opportunity to still do something. Oh, Puncher just rotated off. His position is done, though, and Redux, he stops the rest to be able to shoot at Puncher. If they take him down, he's so low. If they would have taken him down, that would have been a fight that was 100% possible for Romania. Right now, it's a 3-on-3 with a definite positional advantage for Kazakhstan.
And don't get confused. The player in the shack to the north, that is not a Romanian player. That's an Armenian player. That is a Wizard, making a possible entrance onto this later on, as he could be the thorn in the backside for Romania here, or for Kazakhstan, depending on how this fight goes, as we see a few of the highlights from Doran, who's been picking up points for Romania. And again, fight resets, slows down, but the longer this takes, the more teams are going to be interested in this. And Koa, the man of the match almost for Serbia in the last game, he's already looking at this. He's already getting interested. He's getting excited. And if he finds a chance to pick up a kill or two, he's going to get in there.
SUG still forming up. Don't be confused. Even though Ham's just kind of alone in the position he just was at, and I think he just realized that, and that's why he wrote it on back. He does have his teammates right around the corner, and that is a breach if I've ever seen one. Hopefully, he gets baited out of that warehouse, and he gets immediately traded up, though still in a good position to make something happen. He takes down Kalsi, but is there going to be more?
Oh, that is explosive, to say the least. 1-1 trade, though, at this point. Remember, they've lost numbers earlier here. Ukraine, they're going to have a hard time pulling this back. Old boy, 75 HP. Nate is trying to confirm the flush, and it does. Beautiful from Razy from the side. Silas takes a bit of damage back, but we have another circle coming on in. It's going to dictate players a little bit more towards the Primorsk area, but this fight, whoever wins it, will have a good entry on that northern side. The northwestern hill is still entirely free at this point. If you can manage to get off the quarry rocks as the last team and the only team standing there, you have a beautiful game ahead of you. 8 kills, by the way, on Romania. They've fully cleaned up their hill. They're looking poised and ready to take a good game away.
Absolutely, they do. Tresley, in kind of a weird spot. He could have been shot in the back just there, but he somehow makes it out. And meanwhile, Boy has been knocked as well, and surely he will bleed out as well. So Kyrgyzstan, though, looking back at this, Morocco still in the city as well. Colombia has kind of just rotated off, as far as I can see. They just kind of just fall back, unless they just got wiped by Kyrgyzstan. I'm not sure. Either way, they're still inside the city, and they're still having a fight. 2 knocks against Morocco, leaves just 1 player left alive, and that's Marshall up there. Support comes in, the cavalry kind of has arrived, as Zerike and Effect are now standing in a 2-on-1 at this house, and I mean, no way Marshall's going to survive this. Oh, okay, never mind, they're not even going to have to do anything. As they do get eliminated up there, there should be information given to Kyrgyzstan too. Gotta watch out, man.
Gotta watch out for those mollies. Gotta watch out for these gas cans. 4 kills, though, for Kyrgyzstan, and very nicely delayed by Zeric there. I think he got the first knock. He waits for Effect to come on over. A little bit of help from Eskela from Chile in the backlines there. Makes the dream work for Kyrgyzstan. Still holding quite a lot of ground. But again, if there comes a full team, if numbers come knocking, this is going to be hard to hold with how split they are. Tresley has snuck his way in on that northern side. It's looking like Egypt are well aware that there might still be remainders of the Kori teams. They're looking for it. And there's so many stragglers. We're down to 12 teams, but only 22 players. That's not even 2 per team. That is pretty wild for a Phase 5 here, Felix.
It really is. Quickly judging by the map, S2G has made it in. They rotated down from the Kori side. They made it in towards the northwestern side, which is kind of the best circle, best position inside the circle you can have right now. Because look at the position you have. You have so much control. That's the main part. You might be in the circle center, but you have so much control. And just judging by what we've seen so far in terms of circle patterns, it's not going to go the way of the city. I feel like it's definitely going to go northern, towards the northern side of the current safe zone. So, I mean, we'll see. I don't want to make an exact call on this one. But if that happens, S2G, they will have a massive amount of kill potential from other teams coming in through the southern side.
No, even if the circle does go south, they can still play into that ridge north of the city, play it down slow from the hill, pick up players around them. And if they realize who's where, if they get a good grasp on the lobby, again, 21 players, 11 teams. There's not a lot of strong teams in their way still. Yeah. Romania still kicking with 3. We saw Kyrgyzstan with 3. Those are the big threads, and especially with Kyrgyzstan still being in the zone, being in a good position to be the ones surviving Primorsk. They're a massive threat, especially on the leaderboard. Maybe not in this game, but especially on the leaderboard. That being said, this is exactly the game you were waiting for. This is exactly the chance for S2G to put their stamp on the lobby and bring Team Turkey into a higher standing.
And can I just talk about how crazy it is that we still have 11 teams alive? Sure, there's a city inside of it, and that kind of always means we have more teams alive than what should be possible at this point. But still, 21 players, 11 teams. That's on average around 2 players, not even 2 players per team. That is kind of absurd. That is really kind of absurd in Phase 5. So, yeah, we'll see. Romania, by the way, I quickly want to touch on Romania as well. They will have the second best position just because of the fact that they're 1 man down after S2G. And it does go kind of centralized, but it does shift out of the city, and that's what I meant. Nothing in the city is in anymore. And Romania now, even more than S2G, at least for now, at least for phase number 6, has got the best position in terms of racking up frags. Will they be able to do so, though? Or will it be too much? Because there's lots of angles you have to focus on.
There is a lot coming their way, but there is a good chance that a lot of what's coming their way clashes with each other. There's a lot of chance that Kyrgyzstan doesn't let both these Algerian players out of Primorsk. There's a lot of chance that maybe the Chilean solo from behind takes away 1 from Kyrgyzstan. There's a lot of chances that S2G, when they cross that dirt road, lose a player in the approach. So the circle is really swung in the favor of Romania, and there's a lot of things that can go right. A lot of things that can go wrong. But when you're the team that doesn't have to move, you're happy about all these solos being stacked in tiny little positions
65.
And absolutely just waiting to ruin one of the top teams, one of the strong teams, which is pretty much what Iron is doing here. He's trying to not let Kyrgyzstan cross. The circle's going to push him out at some point, but he's taking a lot of time away from them, and he's buying a lot of time for Eskela to make a move around the backside.
I'm still not sure I agree with this one. He's kind of wasting a lot of nades in utility,
absolutely.
Where it could be way more detrimental to the success of what Jody, I think he could have saved his teammate, essentially, was what I'm trying to say, and could have been in a better position right now with his teammate as a 2-man squad if he would have used that utility a little bit better instead of just being so singly focused on Kyrgyzstan. But maybe he had a different kind of angle beforehand that we just didn't get to see. So unfortunately for him, he's definitely going to lose his teammate. He does have a card though. Okay, maybe I'll take some of that back, which means he definitely is going to be able to make that cross, but how much is going to be happening after that is up for debate, because right now I don't see a position that is still open that can still be played.
Absolutely, exactly the ridge we expected S2G to play. We expected Turkey to come down from the north, take control of this northern ridge, and then maybe try and choke out whatever comes out of Primorsk. Right now, they have to be a little bit careful. They need to get their heals back up, need to get their HP in check, and then they can try and hold versus Kyrgyzstan. There is a chance that a solo or an angle from behind, like Eleanor from Georgia, is doing a ton of damage to them right now. But you can see they still have a player on top. Kalsi finds the knock from afar. That's the opening towards Kyrgyzstan. And time is working in the favor of Team Turkey.
And I love it. Team Turkey could have just waited on their western side. But even before now, they opted to send 2 players up to the southern side, and I was just waiting to see that happen, because I just knew a top team would 100% do that. And then they knew that all the teams that are pressure on the southern side, that is the potential kill, that is the kill potential I was talking about earlier. And they did that, and now they're trying to clean up this edge. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy at all. SG might just, get stuck at this edge. But it's still the right decision. They still need to win and take this fight. Flykey's going to get taken down. Quick trade. Razy on the ground as well. Effect now still has to hold strong just as much as Hamzy has to. But Molotov is just about not going to touch him. Effect trades it out though. Second knock for Effect. That might have just been a third knock actually. I'm not sure what is happening right now. Where's the trades though? Silas is back down towards the street. He got shot in the distance as well. And that means Kyrgyzstan has, for now at least, still 2 players left alive that are in kind of a good position still.
Oh, and they've pushed Turkey back so far. Turkey was trying to clear their edge. They were trying to take space, take aggression. You said kill potential. Well, they tried to capitalize on it. And they still at least had the backup plan. They still had a player holding fire with the DP-14. But, oh boy, they've lost half of their members. Yes, they're on 5 kills, but they've just been reduced to half of their manpower. Kyrgyzstan, they've only lost 1 in exchange. And now with that circle swinging further north, this is providing a whole lot of issues for Team Turkey. And again, we spoke about Romania. Well, they're a 3-man up in this, and there's no 4-mans left. The strongest team in this lobby right now, with possibly one of the best positions as well.
Definitely. Still, I feel like Silas... It's only been 3 games, but Silas and Co, they're not going to be happy about this one either. They always get stuck in these kind of positions where it's just not an isolated fight, and it's just really tough for them to play off of their strength. But let's keep on looking at this southern edge. Serikay,
the aggression
is going to take down Redox. That's going to be a massive downside for Romania if he gets flushed on as well. And looks like he just about did. Serikay keeps on pushing the southern edge. He keeps on wrapping around the smoke. He might just have the advantage. Doran goes down as well. And Octavian suddenly the last one alive. Did they just get wiped? Did they just get wiped? And they did. Kyrgyzstan. Holy hell, what is happening with these guys today? 10th elimination. They not only fought of S2G, they fought of the next best competition, not only on the leaderboards, but in general in this tournament, and they just wiped both of them essentially.
That's insane. What just happened there is just another display of them just being a level above. They're just rolling over that fight. There was plenty of utils left for Romania. They had 3 guys up. They were taking different angles. They were trying to set themselves up for just that fight, and they didn't even have a chance. They got rolled, they got folded, and they got put back into lobby. Not looking good for Romania. They're still second team on the leaderboard, as you said, but it felt like a class difference there, Felix. That felt crazy. Effect, Zerich, they're still tearing apart this lobby now. Another move they'll have to make, this one being probably the hardest one so far. Circle's actually hard shifted to the north. Egypt still ready and waiting. 2 players for Team Turkey as well. This is going to be a crazy hard cross no matter where they go. But they've done their job already.
Man, this is going to be one of the most exciting late games because we don't even have a 4-man team. We have 2 from Turkey, we have 2 from Egypt, we have 1 from Kazakhstan, 1 from Armenia, and obviously this is open for anyone. If you look at the circle right now, everyone's got an opportunity. Maybe Armenia's in the weakest spot, but they will have an opportunity to do so as well, but since they will be getting breached just a matter of seconds, and if that team on the southern side is dead, or depends on who's gonna win this, they might have an opening.
Oh,
and that's the first one. Serikay goes down. Doesn't even matter if Kyrgyzstan gets wiped here. It's still a massive, massive game for them. Oh, he turns around. Effect! He gets another one. It's the 11th for X right now, and it's a top 3 scenario too.
That's 2 points and 1 kill right there. Placement and a kill. There is 3 nades on Egypt. We saw it. There's a chance that they finally put a stop to what Kyrgyzstan is doing. And realistically, you have to stop them. No matter how many points you're getting, if they keep putting points on the board, they're not going to be stopped. Effect, he's done it before. He's looking for it again as a solo. He's got a tiny bit of utility left. He's crawling through the smokes. He's hoping to delay as long as possible. Maybe there's a chance Turkey activates before Effect gets taken out, but it's looking like it's just gonna be too little. Another smoke buys him another few seconds. He's got one more where that came from, but even Turkey is looking at him. Silas peeking over the ridgeline. Egypt fully focused on it, but they don't want to waste anything. They don't want to waste utility. They don't want to throw a nade that's not going to help them out. They're going to try and keep everything they have until they know it's going to have an effect. And there it is. Beautiful nade. Not going to do the damage they need, but the MG3 will. And Egypt trying to start the catch-up. Another 2-point kill, 2v2, Turkey ready and waiting for them.
Nice little clap there in the end. Desha is going to be able to take him down with the MG. Of that initial nade just didn't hit, but that means it's a 2-on-2 now in this late game scenario. Turkey, one of the absolute favorites in this tournament, is going to be able to have a chance at the first chicken dinner in round number 3 here at the Iesf World Esports Championship, the 15th version of it. And we are going down to the wire in just a couple of seconds. Silas on the far eastern side, sneaking his way through.
Look how much space they have. Look how much space Turkey's already controlling. Look how little space Desha has. The second Silas stands up, he's going to find the knock, and he does. Brings it down to a 2v1. Kelsey still playing it slow, still just anchoring on that northern edge. Now they can group it up. Now they have a good idea of where players will be. By the way that Desha was running, should have had a player behind him. NASA is crawling. He's trying to get to the center. He doesn't have any util left. No smokes, nothing. He's got the Bison M16 loadout. He's not equipped for this fight, but it's brought him into the late game. And just like that, Kalzi steps out, claps him down. Turkey with a 10-kill chicken dinner.
It's going to get them right back into this tournament, but it's definitely not enough. I mean, it's not enough to catch up towards Kyrgyzstan, not even close. I mean, the eliminations they just had is something that Kyrgyzstan in the previous rounds before had double in one of the rounds. So it is nowhere close to Kyrgyzstan. Still a really good performance, though. And we saw that. That was the round I think we saw in the very first phase of it as well. The SCG is going to have, SCG, I mean Turkey, but essentially the players, are going to have a chance at this round in terms of winning it, definitely.
Yeah.
Because they were so well positioned and they had such good information play on pretty much the whole circle. The whole quarry position was so well played. And the timing on when to rotate out of quarry and not risk the fight, not force the fight against Ukraine up there, if you remember, against Oboy.
Absolutely.
That was the big decision maker in why they won this round, in my opinion.
That was the one thing I wanted to touch on. That was the breaking point for that game. There was a lot of chances to lose that fight. That was a pretty fair and square fight versus Ukraine. There was a knocks going back and forward. They were able to consolidate. They were able to get the hell out of there, only leave a solo left for Ukraine. And that was the 1 point, and then moving down from the hill early, like you said. They overstepped a little bit. Kyrgyzstan just pulled out their absolute magic that they can do in team fights, apparently, and traded that out favorably somehow. But they consolidated again, pulled themselves back, realized we've got tons of the circle to play with. We have this full ridge line, and get themselves a well-deserved chicken dinner, though. Consistency is the thing we talked a lot about.
Yes, we
Egypt has been scary consistently getting into these late games.
They have been. I'm kind of shocked at how consistent. Because even in this round, we would have not talked about Turkey just now if Egypt would have won that game.
Yeah.
It would have been a completely different storyline, but we can't really take anything away from them. They still took off home 6 placement points and a bunch of frags. Desha and Nasser being the ones to carry that team towards that late game. I quickly want to touch on Georgia because they had one of the best positions originally on winning this one. They had the compound that was in the middle of the street just north of the city, and I felt like at that point when they saw STG, Turkey, and obviously Nexus in Romania and Kyrgyzstan fighting up towards the southern side, I thought at that point Georgia is surely going to push out and maybe get some frags in towards all of these fights, but they were so passive and that kind of lost them the game. Quickly want to touch on that.
There was a situation as well where we saw Turkey leaving one player behind with the MG3, or it was DP14 at that point, DP28, excuse me. Just proned out there, waiting to hold, as you might hear Indonesia here in the background getting hyped about their Mobile Legends games. They had a player anchoring, proning on the hillside, trying to hide out, and they had 2 players knocked on the Promos side. They didn't make the push at all. They knew that player was proning there. They were looking at his ridge, waiting for him to come out. If they move a few steps forward, they can take that player out. They can suddenly take control of that side that Turkey ended up winning the game from. So, yeah, a little bit too passive, a little bit too scared. But they'll have plenty of chances to learn from that, as you'll have chances to learn from the last 3 games, because we're sending you guys to a break, and then we'll be back in a few minutes with the next and last Erangel of the day. 25.
obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul Esportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the pantheon of champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female team. Like, it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun evenimente până acum la care am fost eu în țara la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing values.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
The top 3 players will make it out there, right? So basically 2 people will make it out on the lower side and 1 person gets advanced. So whoever's the main winner, they're ahead of everybody. I used to be a competitor in it, now I'm a commentator in it, obviously. But this game is itself, right? There's a lot of fighting games out there. This is a 1, 2, 3D fighting game.
Having so many countries in this city is something very special, and it's an honor to be here and play against most.
Am văzut că sunt foarte multe echipe, sincer să fiu, nu prea mult în ultima perioadă meciurile, dar cred că USA o să ne surprindă foarte mult.
I'm confident and I have plans for my opponents, but I know they are good players, so I'll do my best.
Obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul Esportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the pantheon of champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female team. Like, it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun evenimente până acum la care am fost eu în țara la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing values.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
top 3 players will make it out there, right? So basically 2 people will make it out on the lower side and 1 person gets advanced. So whoever's the main winner, they're ahead of everybody. I used to be a competitor in it, now I'm a commentator in it, obviously. But this game itself, right, there's a lot of fighting games out there. This is a 1, 2, 3D fighting game.
Having so many countries in this city is something very special, and it's an honor to be here and play against most.
Am văzut că sunt foarte multe echipe, sincer să fiu, nu prea mult în ultima perioadă meciurile, dar cred că USA o să ne surprindă foarte mult.
I'm confident and I have plans for my opponents, but I know they are good players, so I'll do my best.
Obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players that we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește Iași. Iași e capitalul sportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the pantheon of champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female team. Like, it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun eveniment de până acum la care am fost eu în țara la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing values.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing values.
The top 3 players will make it out there, right? So basically 2 people will make it out on the lower side and 1 person gets advanced. So whoever's the main winner, they're ahead of everybody. I used to be a competitor in it, now I'm a commentator in it, obviously. But this game itself, right, there's a lot of fighting games out there. This is a 1, 2, 3D fighting game.
Having so many countries in this city is something very special, and it's an honor to be here and play against most.
Am văzut că sunt foarte multe echipe, sincer să fiu, nu prea mult în ultima perioadă meciurile, dar cred că USA o să ne surprindă foarte mult.
I'm confident and I have plans for my opponents, but I know they are good players, so I'll do my best.
obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește Iași. Iași e capitalul sportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the pantheon of champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female team. Like, it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun eveniment până acum la care am fost eu în țara la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing values.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
The top 3 players will make it out there, right? So basically 2 people will make it out on the lower side and 1 person gets to advance. So whoever's the main winner, they're ahead of everybody. I used to be a competitor in it, now I'm a commentator in it, obviously. But this game is itself, right? There's a lot of fighting games out there. This is the one true 3D fighting game.
Having so many countries in this city is something very special, and it's an honor to be here and play against most.
Am văzut că sunt foarte multe echipe, sincer să fiu, nu prea mult în ultima perioadă meciurile, dar cred că USA o să ne surprindă foarte mult.
I'm confident and I have plans for my opponents, but I know they are good players, so I'll do my best.
Obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește Iași. Iași e capitalul sportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the pantheon of champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female team. Like, it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun eveniment până acum la care am fost eu în țara la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing values.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
the top 3 players will make it out there, right? So basically 2 people will make it out on the lower side and 1 person gets advanced. So whoever's the main winner, they're ahead of everybody. I used to be a competitor in it, now I'm a commentator in it, obviously. But this game is itself, right? There's a lot of fighting games out there. This is a 1, 2, 3D fighting game.
Having so many countries in this city is something very special, and it's an honor to be here and play against most.
Am văzut că sunt foarte multe echipe, sincer să fiu, nu prea mult în ultima perioadă meciurile, dar cred că Iasi o să ne surprindă foarte mult.
I'm confident and I have plans for my opponents, but I know they are good players, so I'll do my best.
Obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players that we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul sportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the pantheon of champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female teams. Like, it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun eveniment de până acum la care am fost eu în țara la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing moments.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
The top 3 players will make it out there, right? So basically 2 people will make it out on the lower side and 1 person gets advanced. So whoever's the main winner, they're ahead of everybody. I used to be a competitor in it, now I'm a commentator in it, obviously. But this game is itself, right? There's a lot of fighting games out there. This is a 1, 2, 3D fighting game.
Having so many countries in this city is something very special, and it's an honor to be here and play against most.
Am văzut că sunt foarte multe echipe, sper să fiu, nu prea mult în ultima perioadă meciurile, dar cred că Iasi o să ne surprindă foarte mult.
I'm confident and I have plans for my opponents, but I know they are good players, so I'll do my best.
obviously want to win this tournament, and we have had a lot of time to practice, and we have a lot of talented players we brought to this tournament.
Toată lumea vorbește de Iași. Iași e capitalul sportului în țara asta.
Over 700 gamers from around the globe will join us to compete and battle it out for glory to earn their place in the pantheon of champions.
Because of this event, so I'm really happy that I saw a lot of female team. Like, it's an opportunity to play against them all.
We've been looking at the other teams so far, and we've been scouting them, like what they play and how they feel like.
Cel mai bun evenimente până acum la care am fost eu în țara la noi.
Beautiful country, beautiful people, amazing food.
Good luck to everyone. Let's enjoy together these days of sharing values.
We have a couple of things prepared, so we're coming in with a little strat book, but enough to win our games.
The top 3 players will make it out there, right? So basically 2 people will make it out on the lower side and 1 person gets it advanced. So whoever's the main winner, they're ahead of everybody. I used to be a competitor in it, now I'm a commentator, and obviously, but this game is itself, right? There's a lot of fighting games out there. This is the one true 3D fighting game.
Having so many countries in this city is something very special, and it's an honor to be here and play against most.
And we are back for the second half of the day. It's been blasting through the games. I feel like I've watched cast at maybe 1.5 games, and we're already halfway through the day. Kyrgyzstan finally stopped in their tracks, Alex, a little bit.
Yes,
still
just
a solid game
bit.
for them.
It's like not really stopped in their tracks. They took like a quick pause. To
Someone found the break and used it a little bit, but not too much. And well, Turkey trying to claw their way back into it, but it's still an insane performance so far from the roster out of Kyrgyzstan.
It's kind of unbelievable, to be honest. Starting off a tournament just like this. We will see whether or not they will have another chicken dinner today. It's been 2 so far, but as you've seen in the last round, for the first time, it's been someone else, and that has been one of the favorites as well. It's been Turkey. They were able to clutch out that last round despite having big trouble inside of that game itself too. Yeah. They did have their problems in the mid-game area. They were kind of... For 1 second, we were talking about this at the end of the last game as well. For 1 second, we were both really-worried, and that was the fight against Ukraine in Quarry. But they did make the right decisions. They made it off as a 4-man down there, still picking up some of the kill points in the process as well. And that was kind of the big decision we were talking about. That made it happen and kind of gave them the position they had in the end to finish it off as well.
It was their game to win. Yeah. They did win it in the end. It wasn't clean, it wasn't beautiful, but they did win it in the end, and I think they've shown a little bit of their experience there. Just being able to maneuver out of a crazy fight. They were fighting around that warehouse, pulling up into each other very easily, very easy to get stuck in there and get completely lost and have maybe win the fight but get hauled out by the next team. But they were very nicely consolidating, very nicely slotting down into that western side, and it was looking like a free win. And then they pushed Kyrgyzstan, and that never really goes well in this lobby, apparently. Where
no, it doesn't.
They get 1 kill, they lose 2 members. Not what you want to be doing in a late game. But again, they consolidate, they maneuver around it. They use their knowledge, their experience of that late game circle to take the space that they needed and to close it out in the end.
We got to talk about Romania as well, especially since we were talking about Romania pretty much since even before the first game, and them coming in here with crazy individual players as well. But they have struggled in the late game, especially in the late game edges, right? They've almost never had a clean fight so far. they've always, even in the early stages of the games, they've always at least lost one of the players. They didn't really have too clean of rotations either. So I really want to see them maybe focusing up on that early, on that build-up, momentum, getting that into the late game as well. And then
And we are finally back for 2 more games tonight. Apologies for the short delay. There's been an internet issue on site. It has been now resolved. And me and Felix, we can't wait to bring you a little bit more of that PUBG action that we got today. And we're not going to waste any of your time. We're jumping straight into ERANGEL. The game's up in a few seconds. We'll catch you back up to everything you might have missed. But the game should be underway any second now. What can we expect, Felix?
Welcome back, everyone, first of all. If you're still sticking out with us throughout this evening, welcome back once again. We do have the information that we will be going into the game very, very shortly, so there's not going to be any further delay, and there we have it. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been some time. It's been some time, let's be honest here, but we are getting right back into the action. We have had 3 games so far throughout this evening, and there will be 3, potentially more. Depends on how many games we'll get going throughout this evening. Maybe it's going to be 2. Maybe we have to cut things short. We'll definitely play the 18 games as promised. And yeah, let's go. Let's go. All I can say, let's go. It's been some time. We still, to get you back on track, have Kyrgyzstan with a massive lead in first place. They have been able to grab 2 chicken dinners in the first 2 rounds. It's been a back-to-back chicken dinner, and then it's been Team Turkey, the world champion winners from S2G, backing that one off in game number 3.
Let's not forget that they also got 16 points in the game they didn't win, so they've been absolutely phenomenal here today, Kyrgyzstan. That being said, We are only 3 games in. This is match number 4 out of 18, as you can see on your screens right now. And if you can tell in the background, there's some very hyped players ready to kick off their matches as well. The players are excited to get back into a lobby, to get their hands back on their phones and start gaming. Georgia, pretty wide of a stretch towards that Novo side of things. And then we should talk about Team Romania as well here, Felix. They have been a consistent force throughout these games. And as you can see on the leaderboard, they find themselves in 4th right now, which is almost tied with Turkey in 2nd place. The only real standout here tonight is Kyrgyzstan, but we've talked plenty about that. So I think it's fair to give some credit to Egypt, Romania, and Turkey for sort of trying to keep up with the pace.
Absolutely. We're talking about Ukraine and their missed chances just as much as we have talked about Romania and their missed chances. In the last game especially, you could see them on the southern side. Got caught off guard plenty of times. Not only the last game, but the last game especially, that must have hurt a lot. They were in game-winning position up on that southern side and just couldn't make it happen. Kyrgyzstan just too strong on individual strength at the moment.
It's
maybe.
It's a loss that's going to hurt. It's a loss that's going to hurt. That could have been the game they win, and that could have been them in 2nd place. And if we're being real, right? Well played by Kyrgyzstan, but whenever you see a player getting knocked out with 3 nades in his inventory, didn't throw a single one of them, you know, they didn't at least, they didn't make the most out of the situation in that particular timing. But from the outside, you never really know what was going on in the comms, what their plans were, what their information was at this point, right? Like, it's very easy as a viewer or as a caster.
Timing thing as well, because you could see Redox was barely just rotating in, and maybe the information was given at that point that that the players from Kyrgyzstan are not pushing upwards. Maybe that was a miscall or something like that, because otherwise, like, I just can't imagine them not having the focus on towards the West players, because they should have known there's no position essentially on the western side, on the southwestern side that Kyrgyzstan could potentially play, and they should have known by the kill feed that there is still players left alive from Kyrgyzstan. So yeah, must have been a communication issue to some degree at least. But we'll see if they can fix that. They are still in very good mood. We look through the stages here. Meanwhile, we did have a little bit of a pause, and they did look quite happy. I mean, it's not too far off them at least getting close to Kyrgyzstan, depending on the games for today. They're surely not going to reach them. I mean, 68 points, that is a statement. Let's remind you guys out there, we've only played 3 games, and they're on 68 points. So them reaching them is incredibly unlikely, but maybe getting up to like 50 to potentially, get yourself a solid foundation going into the next 2 days. That's all you need, essentially.
It's going to be a game of catch-up. It's going to be looking at all these teams that have shown some potential and maybe others that might pop off. Serbia springs to mind, right? Fantastic game. One of them, they could have almost gotten themselves maybe 26, 27 points if they clutched out that last game, that last fight in the in the military bridge game. But everybody's going to be looking at Kyrgyzstan. I'm not even going to say if they can keep up that pace, because it's essentially impossible to keep up that pace. There are a crazy amount of points per game right now that should not, I won't say can't, but shouldn't be possible to keep up. And if they don't slow down, none of the other teams will really matter here. So it's going to be a game of hoping that Kyrgyzstan slows down, but it could also become a game of, well, whenever we see Kyrgyzstan trying to make moves, we know where they loot, we know what positions they might want to play after a few games, maybe tomorrow. You can try and start punishing them a little bit, because unless you punish them, the whole lobby is not going to be able to fight for 1st place.
Yeah, no. I mean, once again, it's kind of crazy seeing that difference between 68 points and some of the teams. I mean, it looks weird, but I mean, Georgia hasn't really had too many chances to get a good game either. So them being on 3 points isn't even something I'm too worried about. It's just crazy considering, someone's up there with 68. It looks kind of absurd, and it is absurd at that as well. Philippines in 14th place right now. Now that we have the overall leaderboard on the right-hand side as well, if you do want to take a look at that, it does surprise me as well, just as much as Morocco down there does, because I feel like both of these teams, whenever we have seen them, they have taken things into their own hands. They've played proactively. They've played, especially the Philippines. I mean, whenever they saw people and they could isolate fights at the edge, they did just that. It just hasn't happened. They just weren't able to transition that aggressiveness and that playstyle over into the late game. And I feel like at some point that's going to happen just because of the zones. That's just how it works with 18 games. But at the moment, it just didn't.
I'm with you, especially when you say that a team being at the bottom right now is not concerning at all. 3 games, you can easily have a slow start. You can easily take your time, figuring out the lobby, taking your time, sort of figuring out what you want to do with it and how your playstyle is going to be in this tournament. Yeah, it's just the craziness at the top that makes it look absolutely absurd. Now, first few rotations coming out, first few clashes. Brunei firing off some shots towards their west. A lot of drive scouting going on, everybody just trying to get touchy and feely with the zone and figuring out what they can play, what they can get away with.
Yeah. Morocco
going to realize a bit of pressure here. We're going to back off, reposition, see where we can get in. And I'm excited to see as well, if it continues. There it is, beautiful. A mini. That's exactly what I was talking about. I was going to be excited to see if we continue seeing the mini meta ring out here, because that's a nice bit of damage done onto the cart. 50 HP, one of the Moroccan players. They have to get the hell out of there.
Yes, they do. Good shots coming in from Brunei. I think it's been 1 hit, maybe 2 hits with the mini. And we've talked about the mini so far as well. More and more players now opting for that option. As we've said, it is sometimes easier to use that DMR in a LAN environment just because maybe you're just not used to phones that you have at hand. And that could potentially mean, you know, your spray just not being as on point as it would be in your own comfort of your home, like in your own room, essentially. The place that you're used to just playing maybe like a whole season of PMPL or something like that. So that's going to change. That's going to make it different. We saw some of the players actually coming in here with their pillows, for example, the pillows from at home, just because that's how much they need to get used to the position they usually play in to be able to get to the performance that they usually deliver. So, yeah, stuff like that does make a big difference. That's why LAN experience is so important. If you've played 1 LAN, if you've played 2 LANs, 3 LANs, you never keep on learning on the differences between playing at home and playing on LAN.
Yeah. You can employ some strategies, adapt a little bit, figure out what you need, what kind of equipment you need to bring, how high your desk has to be, all that sort of stuff. You figure out.
Yeah, that's always been a problem for me.
Yeah, that's a classic one for the PC players as well. But that circle is also a problem for everybody that was trying to gather some ground on the eastern side. Lots of space still to be backfilled, but this is going to get chaotic, at least on that eastern edge. And teams like Nexus, they can maybe take their time. We already see Kazakhstan move it on in closer on that eastern side. Lots of players in that area that have to find their way on through without much scouting to be done. They have to be fast here. They're in cars. They're trying to move on in, and that's a classic instance of that Turkey pulling up on Carry Boy. Half HP, barely gets out in time. And that is, well, a scare for Morocco, but they're going to get out without a scratch.
Yes, they will. Lucky for Carry Boy, I feel when Kalsi originally exited the vehicle, I was like so sure that he's going to get that frag. But yeah, unfortunately, just too fast. Very good at decision making as well to just not stop at the warehouse there, because Turkey was just that close. So Carry Boy is going to get away. Martian, Lazy Boy, and SANHOK, all of them will make it into the yellows, as they are called, just west of Ruins. The whole team of Morocco is still standing 4-man strong. Same cannot be said about Brunei, with Piazhao already being taken out. He's been a crucial player, I want to say, in getting the 13 points that they have. Always on the very front line of the fights. Let's see if they can still make something happen.
Well, Old Boy is the one that took that frag towards Brunei for his squad. They're looking to aggress the compound. They're looking to take a bit control around the ridges, and Brunei has to be extremely careful. They're playing on 2 fronts at the moment, leaving Chewy alone in the compound, and 4 of Ukraine looking on in, trying to get inside that arrangement of buildings. They're going to have to be very careful about what they do. Egypt, straight off to their south, a team that's been very flexible, very adaptive in the way that they've played these circles. We've seen them bounce around the center. I remember especially the SANHOK game where they were playing an open position in the center, just trying to bounce between different teams, trying to damage everyone around them. Very consistent so far, but we'll have to wait and see if they can keep that up. And no surprise, Kyrgyzstan, 4-man up in a solid compound.
Absolutely. I mean, Egypt has surprised, I think, everyone so far in the first 3 games. Looking at them having 29 points is a pretty big achievement already, I want to say. Sure, some of these players do have way more experience than some of the teams we have at the bottom of the scoreboard. And sure, they are players that are to be expected to have at least some kind of breakout performance in some of the rounds. But 29 points, that's even above Romania right now. That's above Argentina. That's above Serbia as well, who we have seen kind of unfortunately choke on that dinner. That was one hell of a fight. We were both standing here and being like, what has just happened? I mean, the games itself, even though we're 3 games in, the endings of these games, I just got to say, if you just started watching, you've got to go back in the VOD, because the games of the endings, the endings of the games, that way around, have been absurd, to be honest, have been absolutely absurd. It's not only been Kyrgyzstan as well with the massive individual performances. We've seen clutches here and there from almost every team.
Yeah, it's also 10 points per game is massive. That's a really, really good point average for Egypt and Turkey right now. Egypt trying to take control of the Pubg Church. Getting a player knocked in the process, but it's looking like the res will be just fine. Turkey in a good position as well. Kyrgyzstan, we saw them on the southwest. Their compound has been shifted out of the zone, but they have very good access to that Pachinki hill, so they should be also just fine. Playing in slow from their edge, unless they go crazy and send it to the center, they should be just okay. Taking their fights at the edge, getting space for themselves. Nice spray from Silas, but so far, not enough connecting for a knock.
That was almost a double knock, though. That was almost a double knock on towards Georgia. Silas just farming these damage numbers at the moment. I mean, sure, they would love some more control maybe, but at the moment in phase 3, but the center being this stacked already, I think Turkey's opting for that little bit of a safer route, which I can't blame them. I mean, they do have the warehouse, they do have that compound. You've got north access on towards that Method Highway. You've got south access on towards that Pachinki hillside. So nothing really is unreachable for them at the moment. Turkey, once again, we've seen this time and time again, pretty much all of the rounds. Some of them it's worked out better, some of them it hasn't. That their early game is really on point. They've got really good rotations. They're barely losing anyone in the early stages, and they're always very centralized. And this is no exception in round number 4.
Yeah, it's exactly what you have to do in this game as well. Keeping numbers up, keeping 4 alive is so crucial. As we had a bit of a look at Serbia around that drop area. We see quite a few kills popping off in the kill feed at the same time. Kazakhstan trying to make an entry, getting knocked, already lost a player, another one knocked in that ridge line. It is Ukraine from the one side that's providing the damage, and it is multiple teams, Argentina and Brunei, holding down the compound. So Kazakhstan stuck between a rock and a hard place, probably going to lose that second player as well. Yeah, there is the confirm, and that is why sometimes going for the more central position can really punish you. When a player has the awareness, like Tulika does, to rotate around you, open up that angle and punish from afar, that can be really painful.
Yes, indeed. Well, it's 2 knocks, actually, as Dorian has just been taken down by Biscuit as well. The MVP of the qualifiers. He's definitely been one of the most respected players in this tournament as well. Him and Koa, both of them have been named by lots of players we've talked to, right?
Yeah.
When we asked them the question, who is your biggest competition? And Serbia has definitely been in the top 5 of the teams that have been named the most, just right beside, obviously, teams like Turkey, Ukraine, Romania, and stuff like that. But these 2 players definitely have had stand-up performances, and so far in this one are proving it as well. Top 5 at the moment for Serbia with 21 points, and still 4 men strong as well in this one.
Rough circle for them right now.
Yeah.
Bit of a wild one that they managed to pull up there into the open arms of Romania and take 2 kills and just get away from it. But they're going to have a really rough rotation ahead of them. Kyrgyzstan, of course, on the left side of the kill feed, trying to make more space for themselves. Circle not great for them on that southwestern side, but not unplayable either. If they manage to take out Algeria, that's a lot of space to work with, and that should allow them to just stay on the hills and maybe go for a send later on in the game. We'll have to wait and see. But again, getting the pressure in first. Level 3 helmet not going to save Kimu, as the shots from Kyrgyzstan are just a little bit better.
We'll see if Effect finds an angle. Ooh, that could have been an edge or maybe a body hit to back it off. But it's only going to be, I think, 3 shots to the body to bring it down to 20 HP. Unfortunate for him, I don't think there would have been a breach either way, because they do have that entry point. But let's see, Algeria has gotten that initial knock towards Flyky hard. He's going to grab that 1v1. He's going to get it as well. The S12K shines on through in close range proximity. And the flash, who else to get it than Effect to secure this one? And that means Algeria is suddenly down to 3, with the rest coming on through right now. Effect surely getting some damage in. but he is trying to grab some distance on towards these two players from Algeria that just breached the ridge line. That is brutal, though. That nade is going to open things up so well for them.
Oh, that's a max range nade. I was about to say beautiful reposition, but he's getting taken out regardless. Bleeding out now. They have to get that res quick. Finally, Algeria is starting to use the utility. There's a second one. I was about to criticize them again for going into the fight without using the util. Now they are, and now it's paying dividends. 2 players knocked. They're on the push. They're on the approach. They're flying over this. That's going to be a confirm as well. But they have to make more of this. They can't just back out of this fight. Now, there's reses coming through for Kyrgyzstan, and they're letting them fully reset this. This is, it's not going according to plan.
No, it really isn't. Flyke suddenly finds himself with only 2 players as his teammates left alive. And the smokes are working wonders right now for Algeria. They've got a good ridge line, and Kyrgyzstan essentially in really bad spots to challenge this, or to continue on to challenge this. And that means they will have to fall back at least a little bit. They have regrouped on towards that further western ridgeline, but that fight is not over, and I think both of them will commit this eventually, because they can't coexist on this edge, and you lose so much control if you do try to coexist, because there's not really a strict way in towards the next circle, no matter where it goes.
No matter where it goes, they'll have to battle this out at some point. Waiting it out, like you said, not the optimal strategy, as we saw for a quick second there. The rest of the map is also absolutely exploding. The northwestern side, multiple teams fighting it off. I think Colombia was in the midst of that. Now, Kyrgyzstan has hit the brakes fully, as we see Morocco trying to get aggressive towards the Colombian players. There's one res on Legal that they're trying to get. It's not happening right now. Oh, he actually has been rested. He's trying to get the first aids off. That's what they're trying to do. 2 kills on Morocco at this point. And as they try to get aggressive, they've already reset a little bit and slowed things down. I'm not quite sure. It's a back and forward, up and down story for them. Same for Algeria and Kyrgyzstan. We thought that fight would exploding. It slowed right back down. And, well, now probably when they're going to both get shifted out of the circle, they're going to speed it right back up.
Yes, they will. Kumo has actually just been taken down. He might just bleed out as well. You can see S2G, aka Turkey, in the distance now, getting that circle, meaning both these teams eventually, whoever's going to survive, maybe even if both try to survive this and try to just rotate in, will be greeted by the full force of the Turkish players. So I'm not sure, however this one is going to end, how this fight is going to end. They will be rotating in towards some of the most individually skilled players in this lag. I don't see a way out of them. Out of this one for them. Anyways, Morocco on that western side, talking about not finding a way out of this one. I think them and Colombia do kind of have a similar problem.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're tearing each other apart on an edge, but they have much more playable ground in front of them. It's just, Morocco is just going so crazy with the drive-bys, with the pull-ups. They're really risking numbers here, but so far it's been working out. We see Kyrgyzstan, going down in the kill feed. That's big news for everybody involved in this lobby. Is Achilles trying to bide his time, trying to use the DBS, but what can you do when there's just players surrounding you from all angles? And just like that, Morocco is making quick business of that northern edge. It looks unconventional, but they're now on 6 kills, and they have a pretty solid edge to play in from. If Ukraine can't ruin their chances, it's a really, really solid entry to the zone.
Absolutely. I mean, Ukraine, they do have a quick entry towards the next zone as well, which is kind of the same entry that Morocco has, but Morocco has got the high ground, and Morocco has no one on that whole ridgeline towards Church. So that is massive, massive control. And while most of these teams are still inside the circle, they're only inside the city, and that we know how that's going to end. Sure, they will survive at least for a longer period of time than what you normally would, but you're not all going to make it out of the city, and that's just never going to happen. So Morocco essentially just has to stay alive and not lose too many players against Ukraine, and maybe find themselves a good position inside that western zone. And from there on out, if they survive this throughout the next 2 zones, they're in a really good position to potentially pick this one up.
Someone get Lazy Boy out of that buggy. That man's been really putting in the laps. He's warming up his tires or something. Nexus, Romania. They are down to just 1 member, trying to be sneaky on that southwestern side, trying to sneak away a few placement points, avoiding fights wherever he can. Egypt, still holding strong to that church position as well. They have lots of information on what's going on around them. Pretty solid positioning for them. As on the western side, this fight's erupting, and somehow Morocco, they're still in their vehicles, and they're still winning. I'm not sure what they are doing, but it's absolutely paying off right now.
Yes, it is. And meanwhile, you can see Turkey not finding as many frags as I would have expected that to happen, to be honest. I mean, we were looking at it earlier. We thought both these teams kind of essentially have to rotate into Turkish teams, but they've only found out an essential 1 kill point that they had earlier, so I'm not sure whether or not that's going to change anything. Because we have seen Turkey having problems finding frags in the mid-game. But first of all, it's going to be one quick drive-by against Chile. I mean, it's hard to cover him, to be honest, since Morocco did have players further back on the ridgeline, so Franco couldn't even peek too much. So great play, actually. It looked unconventional. You said that before. It looked unconventional what Morocco was doing, but it's actually really effective.
If it looked stupid, but it works, it's not stupid. Those are words to live by, and Morocco is definitely embracing that philosophy at the moment. Racking up kills, northwestern side. They're leaving a whole lot of space for Ukraine, but if Ukraine is not ready for what's coming their way and they split themselves a little bit too thin, they might get the Morocco treatment. 7 kills for them right now. Definitely making a statement on the northwest. I'm going to be excited to see Egypt, how they hold on to that edge of the circle, because they'll have a lot of players coming their way. It's a part of Argentina. It's a part of the Philippines. It's full Georgia, all trying to get in on their side of the circle. That's not going to be easy to hold.
No, it really won't be. They do have a lot of control, just as much as Turkey has. That's the one good message, I guess. But then again, they are still just outside the placement point. So the game essentially for them hasn't even started, and we're in phase 6. So
yeah,
kind of the same problem that Turkey has had in the first 2 rounds. They're in good positions, but it doesn't really give you anything if you don't finish off the round in the way that you hope for it to be finished. Talking about Turkey, put 2 frags against Georgia. Georgia trying to make it into the late game once again, but just never being as aggressive as we would hope for them to be when they do have the positions. Talking about last game, having the best compound inside that circle for the last 3 zones, but not making anything out of it. Not exactly similar in this round, but they're still not going to make it in with as many people as they wanted to. Alianor and Giga both dying inside their city, unfortunately.
They're going to maybe survive for just a little longer. As soon as the utility comes out, they're going to have a hard time leaving that tower. They pretty much are they're waiting and they're hoping that Turkey can hold above them so Egypt doesn't pull up, but their days are very numbered here and they're very well known. And that is maybe the 5th or 7th or whatever DMR that we've seen this game. This is super nice. This is the beauty of nice nade. Oh, nice pull up. Good covering fire. So he's going to get the second one out there as well. He knows exactly where it has to go, and that might just be it for Georgia. It's a little short, but it does damage onto the knocked player. He's got more where that came from. One molly would have to do the trick. He's got to be careful about overstepping those. Oh my god, he's absolutely crazy. He's pulling up, he's jumping out, he's got the shotgun, but he has Razy on the other side, and they should clean this up in a second here. They have to be clean with it though. And they are. If they get knocked here, if they give up anything towards Egypt, they would go down instantly. But now Desha is busy. The shotgun pops on up, and Turkey is taking control right now.
And they're not stopping at this one. Ziders gets traded out from the top of the church, but that might just be enough to get an entry from Team Turkey. There's another trade going in, but it's kind of chaos right now because we can see Argentina on the back of it is still thinking about pushing this one as well. Mohammed gets back up on towards the top of the church. You still have the 3rd player from Egypt, Nasser, all the way on the northern side. He can't even help Desha to potentially have any kind of cover fight to get him back up, but right now it's not looking like he even needs that raise. He's still kind of trying to delay anything with that nade. They're not making a move just yet. I think they do wait for the revive in the back, and you can see Silas has just now been picked up.
And they got the double knock. They got the knock and flash off that last nade. It's just Nasser left. And well, we said it would be hard to hold for Egypt. We've seen them pull off things like this before, but it's just a little bit too much. They tried to get aggressive onto Turkey. They couldn't make it work. Now they're getting punished. Turkey sweeping around, looking for more aggression. Clean out Argentina. Take more control on their side of the circle. They have to back off. They have to reset, make sure Philippines don't overrun them. But they have collected points and they have collected space around this church.
Absolutely. You can see Nasser now being the last one alive. Egypt, it has fallen apart. That is a massive push coming in from Turkey, though. The confidence and the thought process pulling up on towards exactly that ridgeline, not only getting the frags against Georgia, but then backing that one off against Egypt is an absolute massive play. That is one call that a lot of teams would not have realized, but is actually going to win them, potentially win them the game. We'll see how this one is going to work out. First knock against them is going to come through as Philippines is still rotating on towards that northern edge. Nasser has just about missed him, I think, unfortunately. He had to heal. Now he sees them. Giants almost being taken out. It's just one shot that's missing. But until that one is being found, Egypt still has got to be careful of their edges.
Absolutely. As they do finally clean it up. And like you said, beautiful play from Turkey, because not only does it give them a little bit more space, it also gives them some guaranteed points. Now a rough zone to deal with. They still have the rich outside the warehouse they can play, but it's going to get harder and harder from here on out. And they have already managed to get themselves 9 points out of this game, regardless of the placements that they can achieve. So you want to take your points when you can get them. You don't want to wait and hope that things go well. You don't want to wait and depend on other teams or good circles. Proactively taking points when they can is beautiful, and they just got those 2 on Argentina when they could. Not because they needed to, but because they could.
Absolutely. You can see Race, Silas, with that buggy now rotating on in. It is a hard edge. I was very surprised to see them now do this rotate instead of actually trying to reach the dip that Egypt had, but I think they were kind of scared of the time they had, which isn't a lot, essentially, and they still have massive amounts of utility, so they can hold out, even on that southwestern position, which is objectively in this zone one of the worst ones, actually, because you are able to just get gate kept pretty easily. But you can see Morocco, the one team that is being able to kind of just gate keep them, is being shot in the back. 1 down, 2 down, that might just be the 3rd, and yes, they all go down. Havlik, I think, picked up all of these frags together with Tresley, actually. I might be wrong on this one. Anyways, it's 3 more points, and that means they've got all the control they need on their northern side. Now, does Turkey realize that?
That should be their win. That should be the game in the back for Ukraine, unless something absolutely crazy happens, because Turkey should have to go the way of Egypt. And if they don't, well, maybe you can stay clean on this. Turkey quick on the reaction, and they are going towards Egypt. They're trying to take the 4v2. Silas is just flying on in. He's just trying to be a distraction, but it doesn't matter. What? He runs them both over. What is that insult to injury? No way you do that to Egypt. No way!
And that is the 3rd place team as well. He just drove right up. That is the one team right behind them, the one that is so close in terms of overtaking them point-wise, but they just made it clear, you are not going to. It's until here and no further. Now, there is still one team they need to fight in this one. They do have the man advantage. They do have the positions as well, I want to say, but they do not have the zone. And the zone is still very much in Ukraine's side.
Yeah, I'd say this is as fair as a 4v3 gets. I think the position equalizes a little bit of the man advantage. But when you're looking at a team that's picked up 11 kills so far, 9 on the players that are alive, if Oldboy picks up 1 on his edge, if he can manage to take someone out of the car before he gets grouped up on, there is a chance. But if they can single out any of these Ukrainian members, if they can just take a 1v2 somewhere, no way, Razy, no, he jumps it, he jumped it, no way, that's some... Oh, Jason Statham in the lobby, but they're still getting run over. Silas gets another double. What am I witnessing right now?
It is absolute shambles right now for both of these teams. Turkey somehow makes it out alive, though, and I think with the massive match, I think it might just be Oldboy at this point. Shorts coming out. Hemsey, how are you not winning this one already? Now that our shorts are coming through, and we do have Turkey with our back-to-back chicken dinner as well. Talk about performances today, because we might just see another team making it very close towards that 60-point mark. What is happening today? 2 back-to-back chicken dinners from 2 teams. That is completely absurd.
And the fashion in that they got it was just craziness as well. You can see they're not messing around anymore. Wow. I thought they would send it in. I thought they'd jump out, maybe try and single out the solo, but no, they're just running people over. That is absolutely mental. Ukraine, you can see them shaking their heads. They're not quite sure what happened there. Well, man disadvantage, sure, but you're not expecting to go out in that way. And oh my. I thought this game was crazy when we saw what Morocco was doing. It ended up a lot crazier than that.
Absolutely. I mean, Turkey, with them having the high ground position in the end game, that was the deciding factor. And you can see how important cars are in the late game scenarios, right? Even if you die on the way down there, someone has to peek over the ridgeline from where you're approaching. And they knew someone had to prone behind that ridgeline as well. So I think it was Silas who actually originally pulled up. He was able to, even if he doesn't take one down, to 100% get traded. And that's what you want to have on a man advantage. They knew it was a 3-man on the other side. So very creative, and I think very kind of loose play. Not exactly structured, but very intuitive play as well, coming in from Team Turkey. And that's sometimes what you need. That's kind of like exactly what you need, actually, in some of these games.
Crazy. The adaptation as well. I was fixated on the minis that whole game. I thought that was the meta change we're seeing. Turns out buggies are the meta change we're seeing. And they're coming in hot. They're coming in strong. Whew. We're going to see what that does to the leaderboard, because that's beautiful for the leaderboard. Kyrgyzstan did not get anything going that game.
Yeah, and I was very surprised, because we were talking about them earlier in the, before even when the game started. We were talking to them, and they were like so sure. They are so confident in them winning this tournament, STG or Team Turkey, as we should call them in this beautiful tournament. I was tiny bit concerned after the first 2 games. I was just a tiny bit concerned, because I could see them playing the game they want to play in the first 2 games, but just not making it happen points-wise. Now they've backed it off with points.
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely.
So I was worried. They had good chances, and sometimes you just get good chances, you're not making anything out of it, and then for the day it's over. Yeah. Right? Sometimes you just don't get enough good chances in a day. You have to make the chances count. But right now, I'm not worried at all anymore. Like it's Team Turkey, and they're not going to stop. They're not going to stop here. I'm pretty sure we're going to see another good game from them today.
Can't believe you doubted them after game 2. You're
I did. I'm sorry.
Not a believer.
I guess I'm
World champions, and you're doubting them after 2 games.
Look, just a tiny bit though. Just a very tiny bit.
Just in the back of your head.
Yeah. I think it might just be enough for 60 points. Maybe just a little bit below that, because I think there were. I think we saw like something like 42 points or something, and then the placement points are going to be on top. I'm not sure if that was.
Well,
if I saw
it was something around 15 kills, right? 10 for the win. So should get themselves very, very close. They're back in contention. We're around almost 70 for Kyrgyzstan. I think they got 1 or 2 points, right? Yeah. So they've closed the gap massively. Egypt has done a reasonable job that game. I think 5, 7 points, something like that. But they're not going to stay in contention. This is, like I said, it's catch-up time. And, well, Kyrgyzstan has given them a chance. Turkey has taken it.
Who has taken out Kyrgyzstan in that game, though?
That was Algeria. Algeria on that southwestern side. It was a back and forth. It looked good initially for Kyrgyzstan. It looked like they had control of the fight. Then a little bit of util came in, and then somehow they cleaned them up in the end. It was I think a solo survivor from Algeria. It was not a clean fight by any means, but winning a fight clean versus Kyrgyzstan is not something that any team has done today. So not unexpected for them to lose a few players.
I thought it was going to be possible actually for them to wipe this, despite Effect being the first one to go down. I think it's one of the players from Kyrgyzstan was the first one to go down. I thought it was still very much possible for them to kind of turn the situation around, but in the end it just really wasn't. But yeah, talking about Egypt once again. Kind of similar playstyle as towards, or at least in terms of the top teams, whether it being Turkey and Egypt, centering up early, playing a central position, not taking too many risks up until that very, very late game, kind of phase 6 point onwards, where they then try to focus on towards the edge, clean out your bag, and Turkey just did it better in this game, to be honest. Turkey just did it so clean. The position where they moved out of the compound towards that tower, and they realized if we have that position, that's our way in. I think 90% of the other teams would have rotated straight in, would have played that Richlander, would have probably gotten shot out by Egypt, or maybe even preached that method highway that we saw Morocco being played. So great position from Turkey.
Absolutely. I think it was very obvious that they had space in the zone. It was very obvious they could survive, but they decided to do a lot more than surviving. And at the same time, Egypt wanted to capitalize on that Wizard Tower fight, and they were a little bit too slow and a little bit too disjointed. One of the Egypt players, I think it was Desha, made that push by himself, instantly knocked, instantly traded out, no follow-up for them. And then if you're in such a central position on that church with Argentina to your east, Philippines to your northeast, Turkey to your south, you really cannot get knocked. It sounds, it's a bad piece of advice. It's one that's very hard to follow. But they really couldn't get knocked at that point, and that really cost them the game. They managed to struggle into a few more placement points, a few more kills. But if they would have decisively killed those 2 Turkish players split off to the south, they could have played Turkey's game, and they could have won. So those are the tiny small moments that are very easy to miss, and they're very easy to make a tiny mistake in, but they can cost you up to 15 points.
Yeah, talking about missing points. I kind of want to get your prediction on this. If Kyrgyzstan would have won that fight against Algeria originally, if they would have fought this off clean, you think there was a way in against Turkey? Maybe we would have seen a different ending.
I don't think there was a way in versus Turkey. I think there was maybe a way in versus Morocco on that northwestern side. You basically give them a taste of their own medicine. You try to send it around the circle. You try to come in on their north because, well, very easy for us to see, but Morocco moved out of the yellow houses, right? The yellow houses were still in the play zone, but they moved out to kill Colombia. You find the right timing, you slid around that. There's a chance. Maybe you find a nice pull-up on the highway, like you said, those ridge lines. You find a nice pull-up, single out a member or 2, and then suddenly you're in contention. That's still very hard to pull off. That's not a free game. That's not an easy game.
Yeah, it isn't.
But there was chances there. We saw the single Moroccan player survive for another circle or so as well, doing a very similar send on that highway. If you pull up there with 4 guys, you can start taking control and you can start trying to find the right timing, right? You're stuck in the middle, but you find any third-party opportunity around you, suddenly you have space. So there's always potential there. Well, they could make that fight work, and that's something we haven't seen from them. I think it's good that we have seen them bleed now.
Let's see the leaderboard, I'd say. Right, let's take a look at the leaderboard. I'm going to be very surprised if we don't see Kyrgyzstan still having at least a 15-point lead. But let's take a look, first of all, at some player stats, because we should be looking at the player stats, to be honest. We've had a massive game coming in from Turkey. And starting off with Silas, we got to start with Silas. Not only leading the amount of eliminations, leading the amount of damage as well. 681 with 6 kills. He is a very efficient player in that game. And not only him, I think all of these are very efficient players. Despite us seeing, especially from Kazi as well, lots of shots on towards Georgia. The damage numbers are quite low, I want to say, in comparison to the kills. So very efficient kind of fragging power in the last game coming in from Team Turkey.
Yeah, 0 kills, 400 damage for Razy. He's the only one that's been ADR farm in that game, but realistically, he's just took a few knocks around that church area that couldn't get finished. We should have a look at the man of the match. I'd be very surprised, but that's not Silas either. But he's really popped off this time. Oh, it's SANHOK from Morocco. All right, 4 kills, 450 damage. He maybe got MVP for running over 7 people in this game, I'm not sure. There was crazy stuff going on that northwestern edge. Morocco has really changed it up for this one, and it's worked out beautifully for them. I think by far their best game in this tournament. And gets himself out of the match.
That might just be why he's the MVP, because Morocco has just had a massive performance as well. Let's take a look at the match leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen, to figure out whether or not we have... Okay, so we do actually have Morocco on that 12-point win. How is that? That
I don't think there's everything. There's going to be a few small issues on this.
I think so too. Yeah, I think the placement points are some.
The placement points are missing for some of the teams.
Yeah, we're missing 10 from Turkey, I guess.
Yeah, but
so that's what we're definitely missing.
First and second place are missing placement points. That is the decider here. That is how Morocco ends up on the top. But we will get that fixed for you momentarily. Apologies if you hear the Indonesian team in the background here playing Mobile Legends. They are very excited about what's going on in this arena, and so are hopefully our players. I'm not sure, but we are around a minute or two out from the next match. Match 5, and we're finally seeing a new map. We're going to Miramar.
Yes, we have seen the 3 ERANGELs. So far, it's been dominant from 2 teams, Kyrgyzstan and Team Turkey. Now, Morocco as well. A quick one to touch on Morocco in the last game, because I felt like there was more in that for them as well. We had that weird kind of dynamic between Morocco and Ukraine throughout that whole game.
Yeah.
Because very early on, that northern side was almost clear except for these 2 teams. Now, Ukraine came in from the far northern side. Morocco fought themselves in a way more impressive fashion, I gotta say, just because there were actual teams. I mean, Ukraine pretty much had the north side cleared throughout the western side. So them not being able to take out each other really allowed all the other teams, you could see that in the end how Morocco got taken down, all the other teams to actually cramp up on towards them. If any of these teams would have made a move earlier on towards each other and cleared them out, they would have had that complete north side, even at, I think, phase 6 or phase 7, which is half of the circle, which is a massive amount of control. So I think one of these teams would have 100% won it if they were able to clean out the opposing team. But yeah, it's tough. There's lots of open spaces as soon as all that forest kind of area ends. Yeah. So yeah, it's tough for both of these.
It's hard to pull off, especially when you think about the fact that Ukraine is still holding down a compound and the ridges around it. They've got tons of control. They've got tons of options. Aggressing that from the west is really, really hard. But let's not waste around any more time. We've got a Miramar for you guys. The first Miramar of the tournament should be on the way. I hear the plane is flying. I hear the players are about to drop out, and we are going for the first time in the 15th World Esports Championship. We are going to Miramar.
If you guys out there thought there was going to be a break now, you are very misinformed. No, we're getting straight in towards the next one. First Miramar might just be the last one for today. We'll keep you guys updated whether or not we're going to have the third one for today, because some of these players do have to play in their respective regions in the pro leagues. So we'll see how that one goes. First Miramar, that also means we will see some of these teams at their respective loot spots.
Yes.
Maybe with a couple of other teams, maybe with a couple of other players that will greet them there. So let's see if we have any contests. So far, it's been rather chill. We do have one in Al-Asahar, I can tell already, but that might just be a kind of a bait, because I could see Egypt just taking the cars and going out of it. The way Desha is positioned in towards northern graveyard area, that might just give us a little bit of a hint that they're not actually coming in towards Al-Asahar and just taking the cars. But we'll see about that one. Other than that, no one in Picado, as far as I can tell. There's not even a single team. Colombia is going above this. Will we have a Picado that is free inside this Miramar game? There is just no way.
That is wild. That is crazy. Not something you see every day. But it's, you know, it's the beauty of this tournament, right? Not everybody was sure where the other teams were landing. People make sure to get their own loot spots all around the map. People try to make sure to not hot drop each other. I'm not sure to what success, but we have nobody in Picardo. We have Chile very close by to Brunei here around the San Martin area, as we have Dream Zixi trying to push on out, trying to find early aggression. I'm not sure if he has a scope on that Scarel. If he does, could do a whole lot of damage, but decides to pull off at the last second. I'm not sure what's going on with him, but he decided to not take that fight for now. Azahar looks to be more of the same. Friendly looting, happy neighbors. As you said, Egypt not ready for the contest, not having their full numbers there. And really, in third place, you don't really need to be hot dropping. You're happy with the game you're playing. You're happy with your performance so far.
Yeah.
You're not going to be throwing everything overboard to go for an El Azahar hot drop.
Absolutely, you're not. Man, I want to see some more coming in from the Philippines. It is weird
they really got you. They really have you obsessed.
The way they rotated, the way they moved, not especially rotated, but the way they moved in towards the, like, on the fights that we have seen, the way they moved as a team, the way they've got their backs, it was a very aggressive, very coordinated play. Sometimes you just get a feeling for a team that is a force when fighting, and I felt like I've seen that when we did see them. But then again, I mean, it's only been a very small glimpse of what they potentially can offer. And maybe it's also been a glimpse that, you know, has kind of misrepresented what I kind of feel about them.
You're falling in love very quickly.
Yes, I'm an emotional person. So.
Ladies, listen up. This man is easy to convince. Philippines has got him very, very deeply in his heart, though, at the moment. Looting Azahar, taking things slow, not taking any risks, and sending off one player to the compound above them. That is right above Azahar, so maybe just grabbing some information about where Egypt is maneuvering to. Serbia, a team that we've also seen fantastic situations. And overall, though, not the consistency that some of the other top teams have been providing us.
No. Talk about consistency. I mean, that is one... Yeah, that is one perfect introduction to Ukraine, I guess.
Yeah.
Really inconsistent so far with the way they've played. I feel like individually they should be on a similar level as Kyrgyzstan. But yeah, you do not see them with a back-to-back chicken dinner so far. So Old Boy, Tulika and Havlik especially, these guys are massive, massive fraggers. I do not think we will have a day where at least they will not get a double-digit round. So far we haven't seen that, as far as I'm concerned. So it kind of has to happen now, right? Ukraine, they still have to keep themselves in the run here, at least for a top 5 position. And that's where we expect them to be. So far, it's not happened.
Argentina, one of the more passive teams in this lobby. Maybe not on purpose, but they've just gotten positions where they were mainly just trying to take control of the circle, waiting things out, staying up into late game, trying to keep 4 members alive, as you do. Not really one of these teams that have gone out and gone completely crazy. We'll see if they can pull off more. Again, we talked about them before the games. They were convinced. They were ready to win this thing. And there were some teams, you know, there was a few teams that said, well, we kind of put us in the middle pack. And then there was, careful about that, lazy boy.
What is happening right now?
He is in love with the buggies. He's used and abused these vehicles in the last game.
Yeah.
And he's trying to pull off the same thing here. That one's a bit smoky.
Yeah, he might just have to find a new one, I think.
You're going to have to find a new way of transportation, that is for sure.
Unfortunate for him, yeah. But talking about Argentina, yes, definitely. I mean, good positions they've had in the late games of some of these games, but they've been very passive when they did get the circle. Barely moving out of the zone. Barely actually trying the stuff that we've seen Turkey try. You know, that is a good comparison, actually, and what they should improve on, I feel like, so far. But then again, you know, don't mess with success to some degree. If that works for you, just keep on going. I don't think they came into this as the favorites. I think they've said so themselves. So them sitting fairly well at the moment inside the leaderboard is, I think, totally fine for them going into the next 2 days.
Yeah, again, you want to come off to a reasonable start. You just don't want to be caught off, right? You don't want to be caught off at the bottom of the leaderboard. You want to be in contention, and you want to have a chance to turn things around day 2 and 3. That is pretty much your main goal starting out on day 1. Kazakhstan, Another one of those teams. They've been putting points on the board, but they've not been really shining all that much. That skin is certainly something, but it's going to trade that one out for a much more useful vehicle skin. Turkey, not sure what's going on. Taking quite a bit of damage there is Hamzy, but he has won out that battle, so wherever he is, well, he's gotten a knock and a flush, and he's gotten himself knocked and confirmed. So Turkey losing a player. I'm not sure. It looked like he got the kill points, but it doesn't look like he actually did. So
where did he get taken out as well?
Oh, he only got the knock. Taken out in San Martin by Chile. Maybe surprised they're still there. Maybe thought they might have rotated deeper into zone, but Chile says thank you. Franco 1 does his name a truth and puts 1 kill point on his tally.
Yeah, that is unfortunate for Team Turkey. That's gonna be a huge bummer. Not having Hamzy G in this Miramar game. They did opt for a more kind of split up position on towards their western side. I can imagine that's why he was still inside San Martin, but then again, I mean, that would be a change in terms of what we've seen so far in the first four games. So yeah, I'm not even sure if that was intentional. I can't imagine so, to be honest, now thinking about it. Either way, Argentina, one of the most centralized positions at the moment. Morocco is just driving by. LazyBoy might just get punished for the kind of vehicle fiasco he's had earlier, because if Argentina would have just looked out that window and there wouldn't have been a ridge line, he would have definitely gone out of this one. There's plenty of vehicles he can scout with, but he chooses to do so, I guess, with a one buggy that is in shambles already. Maybe should switch this one out, because he does have his teammates with a couple of new fresh vehicles right towards that northern hand side. So water treatment area, definitely their place.
They're not holding back, Morocco. They have absolutely gone wild on the vehicles, and well, you can't blame them when it works out. Phase 2, right onto the face of Argentina and Morocco. So maybe this is the game where we see Morocco slow it down a bit, play a compounders forward, figure out what they want to be playing from. Turkey has taken one of the priority positions as well. Only 3 men up, but in a really, really promising compound. Your favorite team, the Philippines, quite a lot of space on the eastern side of that road. But again, compound that does tend to center up around Argentina quite a bit. We'll see what they can do off it. But again, I wouldn't expect it to be a position where they go crazy from. But it doesn't matter. If you can consistently get into late game, that's really the main goal. And that's really what you're going to be happy with.
Marshall might just play the position up here. I would love for him to play that, actually. Him knowing that the building towards his east is free, that little bit of a compound area, meaning he can actually play out there. It's lots of information. So I was kind of worried about them kind of grouping up too much on that southern water treatment compound, but now they've actually rotated out. So perfect position for Morocco. You can see him. It's a 2-1-1 split, which is exactly how it should be. Lots of information, perfect position. I'm excited for Morocco, actually, in this game. Yeah. Right across the street, though, that is Team Turkey. Now, they have lost a player, but you can never underestimate them, especially not if you're a 2-man inside that compound. I could even see them maybe try something if they get an entry in towards that compound on the other side. But for now, I think it's just going to be a little bit of chilling. Phase 2 towards Phase 3. Nothing really that has to be done.
Isn't that crazy? We have not spent a single sentence on Kyrgyzstan until Phase 2. I don't think that's happened before. They've had a very quiet game, and just like that, as you come, you go. They're out of our minds, but they're coming in very nicely on that southern side. We'll see what they can pull off from it. Georgia on the north. Struggles continue. Eliano might go out of that vehicle. The vehicle is exploding. He's knocked out as well. And it's not looking good. Very caught out, very open. We see LazyBoy is knocked in the distance as well. So lots of damage coming into multiple teams. LazyBoy flushed out as well. Turkey picks up 2 defeats just like that. Again, it's a mini. Again, putting in numbers for them, things you love to see. As they are able to, just like that, connect to, I don't want to say free points, but points that they really didn't have to risk anything for.
Not really. Interested to see Romania now rotating in towards that eastern side as well. Andorra and Redux, Kapahala, all of them still obviously as a 4-man strong. But yeah, talking about edges, not too far off actually. Southern side, you can see Ukraine and Algeria. Ukraine having massive problems once again. We haven't seen the initial knocks, but I do believe it's been It kind of has to have been Algeria with that initial knock. We can see another breach as well. Georgia they just can't rest in these early stages of the game. They're getting breached again, and Morocco seems to be very, very confident in finishing this one off clean. There is one knock, but I don't think it's going to be finished off anytime soon.
Can you get the first aid off? That is the question. Eager goes down to the molly as well. Looking solid right now for Morocco, but look who's there. Look who's there to pick up a few kills. Look who's there to get involved in the fight.
So.
It is Turkey flexing out. The confidence is peaking right now. They know that they're pretty good in this lobby. They know that they can pull off a lot of things others can't. If Silas gets a nade into that garage, into that open garage, that'd be absolutely massive. But he doesn't have the information we have. He's looking for an opening, and he won't be getting it. So wouldn't be surprised if he pulls off at some point. He's got to be a little careful what players to his north. There's newbies coming in, Brunei, making their entry. As soon as he hears that, as soon as he realizes, he should get the hell out of there. But don't forget as well, we are on LAN, we're on the stage. Audio is often not as easy as it is at home in a very quiet room. So really sometimes you can miss these tiny, very quiet vehicle sounds in the distance. Doesn't look like Silas has, though. At least he reconsiders, moves back south to his team, and they consolidate.
And there it is, Kapahala with the first one. Team Romania is now starting it off quite convincingly. But there has to be more. There has to be more to make this one worth it. Out of all of the teams, it's my small favorite. It is the Philippines, but they will be shut down. They will be reduced to 3 players, but at least they'll make it out. They still have a very good position. They will actually move in deeper for free, essentially here. You can see them now just towards the west-hand side of that big warehouse area. So Romania comes in, snacks a player, and is not going to chase this for now. Good situation for them. Also, eastern side almost completely clear. Egypt is the closest team towards them. And as you can see, that is normally never the side that any team coming in from the eastern is going to opt to go for. So that southern side should be kind of irrelevant for them anyway. So Romania in a good spot too.
Knocking the kill feet towards Team Turkey, but should be getting that res back up. Looking likely, as they are trying to stick it. 4 more seconds. There's a player crossing that hillside, but I think they're just in the cars. I'm not sure if they're trying to pull up here from the west. I'm not sure if Kazakhstan... Imagine if he would have peeked that with his gun, but yes, they are pulling up. Instant util is needed here for Turkey to try and hold the breach. 4v3 in the compound. Shotguns are out, but outpositioned, outnumbered, overrun at this point. They have to try and reset. They have to try and at least try and find anything for free, try and find any opening. So far, not done anything. The damage is only coming towards them. And the more time they give Kazakhstan to reset here and set up a push, the harder it's going to get to hold it.
Absolutely it is. Race and Zalais do have to carry for Kalsi at the moment as this breach is coming in. Kazakhstan wants to get them out of this building. There's an 8 coming in. It might just fall down on towards Zalais. Not going to touch anyone just now, but he does have the DBS in hand. Now his helmet is almost gone. That might just not matter at all if he's got the DBS in hand. He might just take down his opponent faster than he's even going to be able to get any shots off. But for now, they're just playing around this build.
It's an absolute mess with teams around as well. Just making use of that distraction. You can see other players are getting involved in this. Oh, he's running past the DBS. That's not what you want to see. It's a nice trade, though. Numbers going both ways. It's not looking good for Turkey. It's just Sasibo. No, he got it. No. How? Kelsey clutches up completely.
That is sensational, though. Silas suddenly being the last one alive. He was able to take down both of the players. And he had 1 HP for the very last one. That is when the DBS just does not shine. If you miss it, there is the opportunity to trade you out really fast. And apparently they did miss quite a few of these shots. That should not have been possible whatsoever.
What a mess.
But somehow Salah makes it out alive. Immediately reses up Kalsi, so he's back on his feet as well. Third one gets rest as well. Team Turkey is still standing strong. This is the opportunity to maybe make a move on towards that first place position on the total leaderboard. We do not have the information right now on how far they are, but it has to be 10, 15 points. Absolutely maximum.
At the max, yeah, they're catching up quickly. I think beautiful move from Colombia as well. They see that fight, they realize there's a lot going on in that compound, they make the move, but they instantly get knocked from afar. I'm not sure what the team was, probably a team further from the south that knocks Marion here, and that slows them down right into their tracks, and they're now in the same position that we've seen them in a few minutes ago, where Turkey 3-man up, but they can set up a defense, they can use their shotguns, they can try and hold angles, and they can try and trade things out. as there are everyone's demons in the kill feeds. Kyrgyzstan getting themselves a knock and a flush is things you hate to see if you're a fan of any of the other teams.
There are potentially more kills coming in. Wow, was that what is that, his nade? No, I think it was from Morocco from the other side. A couple of long-range shots on towards Colombia, but they do want to make a move on this one. Now that knock is the best case scenario for them. Do they know this though? Do they know that it is Colombia on the other side and one of them is bleeding out? They're not even going for the rest right now. How are they not going for this rest? Now they are. Achilles surely has to get picked back up. There is no way otherwise to, at least at the moment, the way Turkey looks at in this round, to take them down. All three players now back in this room. Looks like they're going for some kind of interesting strat. They're not spreading out throughout this building, not even peeking through the windows. They kind of want to let the enemy players kind of just rush in, I guess. Are they setting up a trap? It looks like it.
I think they're hoping to maybe bait out some utility, maybe slow things down a little bit, let the other team expend what throwables they have. Now, a little bit of damage coming through that hallway. No knocks just yet. Lots of damage, but look at Legal on the other side. He's got freebies. He's picking up 1, 2. It's just one left again for Turkey. This time, there's not even a shotgun. There's no DBS to clutch this one out. M4 gets one. Can he find more? Can he find the flush? He's finding a good lineup, but damage is all he's going to get away with. One knock and a whole lot of damage into Colombia. There is chances for other teams to third party, but finally, Turkey has been stopped, and Kyrgyzstan, they can breathe a sigh of relief as Colombia, they come out on top. Yeah, not looking clean, but they did it.
You say that, but in fact, it's just been finished with a Molotov. So even, yeah, you can see Nord now being taken out as well. There's Argentina making a move on towards them. So not even that is really working out in their favor. And that must have just been one of the last players, actually. Yeah, it's only Serike now, all the way down towards the southern side. You can see Flyke in the kill feed as well, being eliminated just there. And that means it is Egypt now. It is Egypt, essentially, from the top two teams, now in a prime position to make something happen. That's the first one. Nasser is getting one. That might just be his second one arriving. This is prime position for Egypt to pick up massive amounts of frags. And not only that, get a good position towards the next circle. Now, Redox has seen his teammate take down one of the Egypt players, as far as I'm concerned, on towards his right-hand side. Yeah, that was Dorian actually picking up that frag. So maybe it's not as clear, not as easy for Egypt as we would have originally thought.
Oh, this is a good timing that Redox is catching. The shots are not connecting, though. He gets traded out. Unfortunate for him in the position that he was in. He could have made that work so well. Now it's just, again, I think it's a 1v1 at this point. Nexus reduced to just Kapahala. He's trying to send it down. It's not trying to let them res. Nasser is going to be ready for it. I don't know if he gets that res through. Good decision to cancel it. But now, any nade could instantly send Nasser back to the lobby. You can't be resing it. You need to use your own util. That's the only thing you can do. But, oh no, Kapahala wants to get a res himself. He has chances to get that res off because his position is not known. That's good damage with the nade. Maybe the position is known. A knock player has probably called that out. Second nade could do the trick. It just does a bit of damage. And they're both down to 5 HP. Little does Nasser know that he almost clutched it up. Now bringing it back into a 2v2.
Kapahala has now been revived as well. He gets the first hit. That's a massive Molotov. That is such a good Molotov. He immediately picks up the elimination on Desha, and now it's just Nasser, and he should have been spotted as well. Does he know he's on the right-hand side? He does not. Redox might just get taken down immediately. Oh, the timing on this one. Nasser just moves around the corner himself. Now he's being traded out by Redox, and that means 7 eliminations, and I'll take it all back. Egypt is not making any moves on these top 2 spots. They will be remaining inside or outside the top 2 positions, but maybe, just maybe, depending on this circle. I mean, we're only in top 9 right now, which is completely absurd as well. Maybe Romania is going to be the one to do it.
This is a very good game. If you're a neutral fan, just trying to see a close competition, this is beautiful. Now, Kyrgyzstan still has Ziric in that little haystack alive, hiding out, getting themselves towards the placement points. 9 teams alive right now. He's almost there, not quite. Argentina, 4-man up in a compound. Things we've seen before. We'll see how they move out of it. Brunei trying to take matters into their own hands on the north here versus the Philippines. And this is a pretty big fight because, well, it was a pretty big fight. Right now it's looking like a pretty big predicament for Brunei because they are stuck right in between Morocco and the team to their east. They'll have to try and make anything work here. They'll have to try and find a lot of damage very quickly because otherwise they're just going to get pinched and they're going to get taken out of this game.
Absolutely. Brunei now losing one of the players. That is the Philippines. My small heart has just smiled, but let's see if there is more in store for them. Shackle with a massive, massive position, actually. He's got the zone in his back, but it's not even bad. But the nade is going to flush him out, and Shackle goes down immediately. Casito survives with a single sliver of HP, while Marmoko from the distance is cleaning up the rest of it. There might even be the knock against Chewy in there for them to potentially pick up another kill point. Yeah. Right now it's 5, and Brunei only with 1 player left alive. I don't think there's much they can do against this.
Morocco is really mounting the comeback at this point. Very successfully defending the breach by Georgia, now pulling up on this fight, taking kill points here and there, weakening all the teams around them. They just have to find an entry to the zone. I say just, that's not very easily done. Nexus pulling up as well. Similar thing for them. They want to grab some of these kill points. They want to make some of this space. But if you're looking at the minimap, there's not a whole lot left that's playable on that northeastern side. It's very barren, very open fields. And you're going to have to compete versus teams that are coming out strong out of these southern compounds.
Absolutely. Nade in his hands. Might just throw this one just below the tree on the other side. I think that's where he actually threw it from. Yeah, so Pia got damaged quite a bit. But it just switched the players, but that was very close. Now Marshall should heal the steps. Now where's the rest of his teammates? They need to clear out Brunei now in order to play that eastern side. I don't think there's different possession now. Carry Boy chimes in. They immediately pick up Pia, but they do have to recover now. They do have to reposition, since you can see Redox has already opened up some of the angles on towards that northern side. So yeah, it doesn't look like Redox is going to be too aggressive on this one. So I'll take it back at least a little bit. Morocco safe for now.
Going to be another fight on that eastern side. I don't both see them sending. Colombia now, I said they'd have to come out of their compound at some point, but they have a really reasonable ridge in front of them that they can still play, especially now with Morocco focusing so much towards the east. That western side becomes entirely playable. Zurich, I said he'd probably get into play some points. He has gotten his team 2 right now, and if we're being honest, there's a good chance he gets even more than that, because that northeastern side looks very explosive right now. He's even trying to get involved, gets taken out. He's getting a little bit too greedy. He wanted to pick up a few more kills for himself. But on the southern side, we also see Argentina with a nade knock. That is probably, it's towards Chile, not towards Colombia. But that southern side as well is not waiting around. That's exploding at the same time.
Yes, it is. Shots through the smoke. Argentina is going to get the second knock as well. And that means Chile is down to just 1 player, if I saw that correctly. Yes, 3 downs. That nade is surely going to seal the deal. At least in both the knocks down low. Dreamsy and Franco being eliminated. Chile now just with 1 alive. And even Colombia is in struggles. Or does have... Oh, I'll take it back. Actually, not struggles at all. I thought they had worse ridge lines than what they actually have here. You can see lots of utility is being used on their side. But they do have the playing area, since no one is really on that northern side anymore that can harass them. So even Colombia has found themselves a good spot in the current circle. Zerich, I think, just got taken out. I think got breached by Romania on towards that eastern side. He did get 1 knock, but he did get flashed and traded in return.
Yeah, he did get taken out, peeking out, trying to be a little bit too aggressive. Romania has not been able to claim that haystack for themselves, though, which is a bit of bitter news, as that would have put them into the circle at least. Morocco shifting further towards that eastern side. They want to make the approach onto Morocco as well, and you can very clearly see why. There's just too much pressure coming in from the west. Fenan picks up a mini knock for Colombia, looking for Carry Boy, looking for the rest of the Moroccan squad to come out of these smokes. Should know about Senkai as well. So they are trying to take control, and look at the mini coming out. Redox gets in the damage from the Scar from the other side, picks himself up another kill, makes sure Nexus stays in this. And oh boy, they've had a rough game, they've had a scrappy game, but they're already on 10 kills alone.
Yes, they are. I don't think it's enough to actually make a move towards the top 2 positions. I think the last game just wasn't enough to make that happen. And that's exactly the game that, we saw Turkey win, unfortunately for Romania. But it's definitely enough to keep them in the places in terms of the overall leaderboard to make something happen tomorrow. And that's just what you need. Now get a top 3 position, which they've already secured in this one as well. Actually, I know, a top 4 position essentially now, which, it doesn't really make too big of a difference. So, yeah, more placement points as well. What I'm trying to say is they're in a prime spot tomorrow. They've got the confidence, they've got lots of kill points today to make it happen in the next, 12 games that we're going to be seeing. Argentina finally pushing out. We were talking about the passiveness that we've seen over and over again from them. Even though they will have good positions in late games, they're not doing enough with it. Is that going to change, Chico?
Looking like it. Good move so far. A little bit of damage taken, but a very important knock and confirmed towards Colombia. as they do take out the close range anchor, and they should be able to easily get that res back up. Another mini pops on through. Things are continuing on the DMR side of things as Colombia down to just 2. Not really in the best spot. They try to make anything work, but look at the utility. Nothing left for Colmarion. He's trying to do his best Morocco impression, driving on through the smokes. The reses are not in the smokes, though, and now Achilles, completely out of position, has to come in from the smokes. The DBS does not ring through, but it does in the end.
Wow.
Argentina pick up a game for themselves and finally make it worth out of one of the winning compounds.
Now we do have to talk about the zone right there. It has been a massive help for Argentina, but nevertheless, they did have to defend that position throughout the almost entirety of the game, and they did have to pick up the last frags inside that last zone that we just saw as well.
Yeah.
Good frags, good positioning, and the passiveness. We were talking about it. You can play both ways. There is no right or wrong,
absolutely,
to some degree at least. So Argentina picking this one up very deservedly, and look at them. They're very happy about this. They've had the chance today already. They lost it in a 1v1. Bringing this one back today is a massive boost, and that's not going to make them feel bad about the one they've lost.
Absolutely, and like we said before, right, like you can call it passive, but when you have a good compound, you're not supposed to run out of there and start fighting everyone. It's just the way it goes sometimes, and this time they clear up everything around them. Chile, Colombia, no problems at all. No breaches were even in contention for them, so very cleanly played from the South American squad. And I think overall, I've said this before, a very good game for the leaderboard. Nexus,
yes,
we talked about it plenty, pushing themselves up there, but everybody else just catching up to the top 2, and the top 2 really falling short. It's going to bring us into a very exciting day tomorrow.
It is. Really interesting now also in the middle of the leaderboard. We saw teams like Colombia, for example, having really good games. We saw them take on Turkey inside their compound area very cleanly. Now, sure, Turkey has had their moment in this game also, where they picked up a couple of frags, they defended the compound quite well, but as soon as Colombia came in, and then how they made it into the late game area, something that we should have at least a little bit of focus on as well. That was a good play from them, not only how they wiped Turkey, but how they continued playing out of their compound in the later stages of the game.
Very, very good control over the circle. I'm not sure if we do have a leaderboard ready.
I think we do, but it's going to take around 1 or 2 minutes, and then we'll show you guys the updated one. And
I think everybody's waiting for that.
Yeah,
we'll have you entertained until it happens. Yeah, again, I think we talked almost too much about the leaderboard that game because we've just seen so much craziness coming out of Kyrgyzstan. Yeah. Now that we can finally agree that they are human too, and they also have games where they only get, they still got 5 points or something that game. They still snuck their way into placement.
Is that surprising at this
Turkey
point?
did the same thing. Again, top 2 team, again, 5 points or so, give or take. So that's still absolutely reasonable games, and it's the worst games that they have had. So crazy stuff from them today, crazy stuff from the top teams, but I love to see the leaderboard just group up a little bit more together with the bottom teams really performing.
Yes, and we need to see some more plays from Georgia. Now, Georgia has had struggles almost in all of the games in the early stages in the early phase of almost all of the games. Right, we saw them almost always lose a player. We saw them almost always, if they do get into a fight, almost make no points out of it. And if they do get into the late game, we saw that one that ended on the far southwestern side, and they did have a good position. They're not having the aggressiveness that they need to have. Now, opposed to Argentina, almost never losing players early. If they do, they're still going to get at least some placement points out of the game by just having one guy sneak in. And if they do make it into the late game, they're almost always getting into a top 2 scenario, but playing it really passively to a way that they're still getting at least some of the points they should be getting, just not risking it too much, as opposed to obviously Kyrgyzstan and Team Turkey now today. So, yeah, these teams need to step up their game, definitely. And also talking about Ukraine really quick before I let you speak again. Ukraine in a similar kind of problem. I mean, they are underperforming.
Yeah, maybe. I think it's you have to give them a little bit of credit. You have to cut them a little bit of slack for just 6 games, right? You're on a new stage. They've had some technical difficulties. We are definitely under a lot of stress. Some of these players. I think we have the graphics for this match coming up.
Yes.
I think we have a bit of a look at who performed this game and who didn't. So let's go and take a look if production can throw that up for us. If not, I think it has to be Argentina, right?
A player from Argentina may. Well, Morocco. It's not going to be Morocco again. That's for sure.
There we are.
So it is
Allende.
Allende with 821 damage points. That is actually way more than I expected them to have, since they were in that compound on that southeastern side for so long. But then again, they did have plenty of kill potential.
Has to have been a mini player.
Yeah,
you don't get 800 damage out of that compound if you're not.
Yeah, I was just about to say, you're not even kidding, right?
Yeah, no, I'm not even joking.
He must have been a mini play, actually. But there's good sidelines on that compound, so I'm not really too surprised that they've got lots of damage in this one. But yeah, not too many fights either on the southern side, so I'm surprised he on his own picked up 4 of them.
I mean, not only 4 kills, also 5 assists, right? Means he's not just stealing kills, he's also putting in the work for his team. And again, love Argentina. Love to see Argentina doing well. Love to see them close things out a little bit. I think, as you said, right, there's teams that haven't been able to get much going. Argentina has definitely been reasonably consistent today. And it's very easy for us to say, well, they've been passive, when it's kind of the hand they've been dealt. I think, sure, there is moments where more aggression wins you the game. There's moments where less aggression wins you the game. Remember Turkey in that Primorsk game, overstepping a little bit into Kyrgyzstan, almost cost them the win. If you solve that puzzle, if you solve when to be aggressive and when to be passive, you basically won at PUBG. So
I guess so.
There's no shame in getting that wrong sometimes, I think. But yeah, obviously, some teams will go home fairly happy today, and other teams will have a few talks, figure out what went wrong and what they want to do differently tomorrow. Yeah,
talking about doing differently. I do got to talk about Serbia as well. Because that was one of the teams that we wanted to highlight at the start of the day as well, and we did highlight them. I mean, Kua and Biscuit being the MVP of the qualifier, pretty much just rode on through. And as we said, lots of other teams did expect them to be one of the absolute top contenders as well. Now, they have had their very few moments, but just not enough. And I feel like they haven't found their playstyle in this lobby either. Which is something they will have to do until tomorrow.
I think they've done exceptionally in fights. And but they haven't found their way into all of the circles. Turkey, for example, has been way better at finding their way into zones. Similar things for a lot of teams that have just been able to consistently get into late games. Serbia has not done that. They've absolutely shined in some of the engagements. I remember especially the middle game that they almost won, right? Where we see them 2v4 push a wizard tower, and suddenly they've wiped the whole team, and they almost get first place out of that game. So they had their pop-off moments. But not really able to transfer that into every single game. We have a few more stats coming up for you. Production will treat us to those. And, well, let's see what we have. No surprises.
Wow.
There's a lot of Kyrgyzstan on that leaderboard, but the one thing that instantly pops out to me, Argentina, second best survival time.
Yes, I mean, it's not surprising, really. Right, because I mean that's exactly what we talked about in terms of. And I'm sure it's not 4 minutes per round. It's something different. But either way, we talked about them getting to late game, but just not being able to show the aggressiveness that a Kyrgyzstan or Turkey showed us in the late game. But maybe if they fix that, they're definitely a top contender as well. But talking about Kyrgyzstan, 47 frags. Now let me just quick math this, but that is almost like 8,
almost 10 per game.
Almost.
We've only played 5 games.
We've only played 5 games. Yes, so it's almost 10 per game. How crazy is that? And they've won 2 of these 5 games as well. So Kyrgyzstan has got to be the MVP for today. No matter how well Turkey would have played in the remaining games, I think it was almost clear already after the first 2 that we're going to have Kyrgyzstan. After the first 3, actually, with Kyrgyzstan also doing double-digit elimination to the third.
Because essentially, they've got 10 kills per game, but they've kind of only played 3 of them. They've kind of only played the first 3. They've really, really slowed down in game 4 and 5.
That is true.
So the numbers you're seeing there, 47 kills, I'm going to say they got more than 40 in the first 3. It's absolutely crazy. So, yeah, strong stuff from them. Crazy start. Crazy positioning on the first 3 games for the Kyrgyzstan boys. And again, I don't think we thought, there might be a few teams that pop off. We didn't think anything like that would happen. But I think we have a squad already, finally.
Let's take a look at that, because I'm very interested to see how big the difference is between Turkey and Kyrgyzstan. But I'm hearing in my ear now, we're actually going to have that tomorrow for you guys. So it's not going to be happening today, but we will have that ready for tomorrow. Now, today has only been 5 maps, unfortunately. As we said, there has been a little bit of a delay, but we will make sure not to have that tomorrow. We'll try our best. I'm sure it's not going to happen tomorrow. Actually, I'm like 99% sure. We can never be 100% sure. But we'll try our best. So anyway, stay tuned for tomorrow. I think that has been it for today. We will obviously try our best to also get back up to speed in terms of the matches that we should play each day. So I'm sure we will have the 6th map ready, at least in some of the remaining days that we'll have tomorrow and the day after. So make sure to stay tuned, follow Iesf on all the socials, and yeah, explosive games today. To summarize all of this, explosive endings as well. Some of the best PUBG Mobile we've seen in recent times internationally as well. So if you don't want to miss any of the action anymore, make sure to tune in tomorrow as well. We will have 6 more games. At least that is what is being planned. My name is Felix. Join with me today has been Kobo. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.